Howdy, everyone. Hope you're having a good day, whatever time it is and whatever day it is where you are. Hopefully you can hear me, see me, all of these normal sorts of things that one would hope for. We got a little surprise last stream where we got to watch Simon solve one of my puzzles, so that was cool. Today, we are starting, as always, with the puzzle that my windmills have voted on. Those of you who support me at the windmill or turbine level get to see all the puzzles I'm considering and vote for which one I'll do. So this puzzle is the most voted on one. This is by Crusader175, whose name is apparently Alaric, which I did not know before. So I should say this puzzle was mentioned to me a number of times as being one of the Zeta-eest puzzles that someone had ever done before. So even the LMD comments had something saying that I should do this puzzle. So I should do this puzzle. But thank you to those of you who voted for it. So those are Josh, Cogito, Doomdiat, Luda, Ambrose, Russ, and David. So thank you very much to all of you who voted for this puzzle. See, I remembered this time, David. I remember a good half the time to write down beforehand who actually voted for a puzzle. Also, in the exciting news, I've slowly been hunting down the less social media present setters whose permissions I did not previously have to do their puzzles. So Magnus Josefsson, who is Josefsson, I think. I'm sure I am butchering this horribly, but I got their permission to do their puzzles, so I'm sure we'll do one of those today. But they do a lot of pencil puzzle hybrids that are quite well liked, so I am looking forward to doing some of their puzzles. And of course, we're in a golden age of puzzles where just I scan LMD and just instantly come across bajillions of puzzles that I would love to do. So I'm very happy about that, and I know a large part of that is because many of you watch me and then set puzzles that you know I'll like, and so I am very grateful to those of you who do that, because then it means there's tons of puzzles that I like out there, and I'm very excited by that. Alrighty, so let's look up Huey, Dewey, and Louie, which is not a vanilla arrow puzzle, despite initially looking like it might be a vanilla arrow puzzle. But actually, upon closer examination, you'll notice these letters here and go, okay, what the hell is with the letters? And so here's what's going on with the letters. So we need to divide the digits 1 through 9 into 3 groups, and digits with the same letter must be in the same group. And 2 digits from the same group may not touch orthogonally. Okay, and so we all know that Zeta is not going to do anything with letters. And so just to explain the rules, and I'm going to put down a betting tree in a second. Remind me if I forget. Hey, Crusader, do you have a recommended betting tree cell for this puzzle? Great that you're joining us. I know I have seen you around before, but this puzzle has come with high recommendations. Row 1, column 7. There we go. Okay, so got the setter here. We're all ready to go. Did they change the color of purple? That purple looks pinker than it used to. I don't know, maybe I'm imagining it. Anyway, so I need to color every cell in here in yellow, orange, or purple. And like a puzzle we did on stream a long time ago by, I want to say it was by Romplaner, but I could be wrong. We have to sort of figure out what the secret division of the 3 digits is into yellow, orange, and purple. And in so doing, we also have to obey the arrow rules. And what are the arrow rules? The arrow rules are that the digit in the circle always has to be the sum of the digits along the arrow. So I have absolutely no idea what this puzzle is going to be like, but I'm looking forward to finding out. So I guess let's see where we can start. So I guess the thing I see is that my keypad is off. Okay, so after that, first thing I see that this has to be at least a 6 because it's a sum of 3 digits. That's sort of the rote thing. I don't think that is going to be super helpful. I'm seeing these short stubby arrows are potentially interesting, because these two have to be the same color, whatever that color is. So that color's not orange. I know it's not orange because this cell touches orange. By the way, if you've not seen a one-cell arrow before, it's saying the sum of this cell is equal to the circle, but that's just saying these two are the same. So these are either both yellow or both purple, and they're the same. So I'm going to denote that by sort of putting a line there just to remind myself that these two are the same. I'm trying to squint at it to see if I know anything. Similar deal down here. Diagonal touching is allowed, but these two are the same digit. And this one orthogonally touches... Oh, no, it doesn't orthogonally touch that. Now, what am I talking about? Ooh, this is not a good start. Somehow in my brain, this cell orthogonally touched that cell. There are slight problems with that. There's a whole cell in between. Never mind. Okay, so it is true that these are the same. It is true that these are the same. But it's not true that I know I have any idea whatsoever what that is. I do know this digit has to be more than 3, which is an interesting note, because the 2 here rules a 2 off of this. So the sum of these is at least 1, 3, which would be 4. Don't know how interesting that is immediately. Oh, David has donated $7 in honor of Tristan for him and Alex doing an excellent job as mods on Simon and Mark's live stream. Yes, it's part of how Tristan and I got into the stream is that Tristan does the modding for the CTC streams, which is awesome. So thank you very much for the donation, David, and thank you very much to Tristan. We'll get a little donation dance. Thank you very much, David, from Zach and I. Very much appreciated. See, Garion says if I colored this cell purple, would it force the coloring of the entire puzzle? It might. Is this going to have to be diagonals the whole way along? Is that the point? They went at a rather leisurely pace, Eric. So yeah, they made it up to number 10, yeah. Yeah, so I think Garion's point here is that if I make this purple, then now this is forced to be orange, so this is forced to be yellow. And then maybe that that sort of does that. So what if I made this not purple? What if I made this yellow? Okay, let's try this world. What if this is yellow? Does it break the puzzle somehow? If that's yellow? Not that I can immediately see. I feel like it would be disappointing if it turned out that everything was just diagonally striped, but let's see, maybe we could prove it can't be diagonally striped. The black lines are just a reminder that these two are the same color. So rather than coloring them, hey Niverio. Oh, okay, got it. That's amazing. That's so cool. Okay, so if this were diagonally striped, this cell would be orange. But we can actually prove this cell's not orange for the following awesome reason. Imagine that this digit was orange. Then where does it go in box 5? And the answer is nowhere, because there's only 3 orange digits. It can't repeat on its own arrow, or this would sum to more than orange, and the other orange digit's there. So that's not orange. And so if it's not orange, it's not purple because it touches a purple. This cell's definitely yellow. Which now means this cell, which touches a yellow and an orange, has to be purple. This cell, which touches a yellow and a purple, must be orange. And we can do exactly the same trick up here, where if this was yellow, it would not be able to go in box 5 at all. So it's not yellow and it's not purple, so it's orange. And so now that's purple. And now that's yellow. And so we get this sort of bing-bongy sort of shape going through here. And I notice we've used all the purples in this column, we've used all the oranges in this column, and we've used all the yellows in this column, which tells us what color 2 is. That's awesome. Because column 4 says 2 is not yellow, because all the yellows are gone. And column 6 says 2 is not orange. So, because all the oranges are gone. So 2 is purple. Okay, this puzzle's amazing. And so now this touches purple and yellow, so it's orange. And this touches orange and purple, so it's yellow. And now this column is missing a yellow and a purple, is that correct? It's missing a yellow and a purple, correct. By the way, we know that this digit's a 2 now, because 2 has to go in purple in box 5, and we get a digit dance. And we get to do... Woo! Ha ha! Wee! Whoa! Ow! Well, thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. We won't talk about it. This cell here is yellow because it touches orange and purple. Oops. This cell is orange because it touches yellow and purple. This cell is orange because it touches yellow and purple. This cell is yellow because it touches orange and purple. This cell is purple because it touches yellow and orange. And this cell is orange because that's what the box needs. This is purple, and that's yellow. Okay, so... so this cell... Oh, no, it could be one of those yellows. Never mind. Okay, but this 2 here is pretty interesting in that it forces the sum of these cells to actually be a minimum of 1, 3, 4, 5, which is 13 already. So these 4 cells sum to at least 13, plus these 2 is at least 15. So these 2 circles need to sum to at least 15. So these are also from 6, 7, 8, 9. Just for the record. This cell, and Garion points this out, this cell can't be orange for the same reason as the previous one, because this orange can't be one of the oranges on the arrow, and it can't be that orange either. So this cell's not orange, and it's not yellow. So this cell is purple, and that cell's purple. And we can do the same thing here. This can't be yellow, because it sees every yellow. And so, and it's not orange, because it touches an orange. And so, therefore, these cells are also purple. Well, I mean, it's not the diagonal pattern that I was expecting, at least. So now we can extend the coloring, though. So this here has got to be yellow, because it touches everything else. This has got to be yellow because it touches everything else. So this has got to be orange because it touches everything else. This has got to be orange because it touches everything else. This has got to be yellow because it touches everything else. This has got to be orange because it touches everything else. So we've got a bunch of those things going on. So this purple digit, yeah, I guess it's at least 4. That's not so exciting. If there's no 2 on this arrow, then this arrow has to sum to 8, I think. Could it sum to 9? Oh, no, it could sum to 9. Never mind. Let's see. And I might have to start coloring things with flashes if if I want to keep track of this, it's possible. Hungarian makes a very good point, which is that these two cells and these two cells are different. And the way Garian knows this is if they were the same digit, if all four of these were the same digit, it would go there and would be a 2. But I actually know neither of these digits is 2. So, in fact, there are 3 purple digits. There is black flash purple, gray flash purple, and 2. Those are the 3 purple digits. So any cell that sees 2 and both of these flash colors is not purple. So this cell has to be gray flash purple because it sees 2 and black flash purple. So this is gray flash purple. So that's black flash purple. So that's gray flash purple. That's black flash purple. So that's gray flash purple and black flash purple. We can just sort of color that that cascading list of things in there. Let's see. So, that's right. This cell can't be purple at all, so I don't have to worry about the cell being purple. If this cell is purple, it's a 2. And same goes for that cell. In fact, where is 2 in this box? That's a good question to ask. Where is 2 in this box? It can't go here, or here, or here. It can't go here because 2 is purple. It can't go here because there's a 2 in the row. It can't go here because 2 is purple. So 2 in this box is actually in one of these 2 cells. And likewise, 2 in this box is in one of these 2 cells. So again, we were at minimum 1, 2, 4, 5 here, which is 13. I'm trying to see if these can possibly avoid both being 1. So the minimum here was 15 for the total sum of all of these cells. If neither of these was 1, if one of these is 1, it's at least 3. If one of these is not 1, it's at least 3, which would then get us to 17, which is the maximum sum of these 2 arrows. Because these 2 can't be both 9. So these are only from 1 or 3. And I don't know if they're the same or not yet. I am being told that rice is 2. Yes, there's a good point about 2 being placed in column 3. So 2 in column 3, remember, has to go in a purple cell, but not in a box that already has a 2. Not next to a purple cell, not in a row with a 2. So the 2 is actually placed here. That's a very good spot from several in chat. And very cool setting. Let's see. Can we do the same trick in this column? You bet we can. 2 in this column goes here. For the same reason. Okay, so 2 does in fact go on this arrow. For whatever that is worth. 2 is over here. Let's see. Okay. Another great spot from Garian. Where does black flash purple go in box 9? It can't go in a row with black flash purple. It is purple, so it's not in those 2 cells. It can't go next to the 2, which is purple. So the black flash goes in one of these 2 cells. I don't know which one, but that means the black flash goes in one of these 3 cells, and I do know which one, because it's not either of those. So this cell is purple black flash. So that's cool. So purple gray flash is in one of these 2 cells. Don't know what that does immediately. Let's see. Did one of these purples let me fill in another color? Not immediately, I don't think. Oh, yes. In box 1, as SPQ points out, I can do the same trick. Where does gray flash purple go in this box. Not in a row with gray flash purple, not on a cell that isn't purple, not next to a 2. And so one of these two has to be gray flash purple. And so where does gray flash purple go over here? Only there. Sorry, that's the wrong gray. That's the correct gray. So this is gray flash purple. So we've got that. Let's see. Hey, Kurabon. Alrighty. Let's see. Kurabon says row 6, column 3 is yellow. What if it were orange? Ah. Well, if it were orange, this would be yellow. Is that a problem? If it were orange, that would be purple. Being on an orange arrow doesn't mean you're not orange. It could be, there's 3 orange digits. It only means it's not that one. Oh, that's a good point. Okay, so Dog asks, where are the other 2 yellows going in column 7? Which is a very smart question. Because I only have 4 cells left, so I have to put 1 in each of these pairs, because I can't make both of these yellow. And so if one of these 2 is yellow, I know which one. It has to be that one. One of these 2 is yellow, but I don't know which one. But that makes all the yellows for this row. So this is a purple-orange pair. And so this cell's orange now by that, because we know the last purple cell's over here. We've got all the yellow cells, so that cell is orange. And so that cell is yellow. That cell's now orange. Let's see. So yeah, one of these is... So this is an orange-yellow pair. Noted. And Garion points out we can do the same trick over here. Where did the 2 oranges go in column 3? At most, one of them goes here, so one of them has to go here, but can't go next to an orange, so that's an orange. That's now all the oranges for this row. The last purple in this row is over here because of the pencil-marked 2s, and so therefore this cell is yellow. And once that's yellow, that makes that orange. Once that's orange, that makes that yellow. I might have to start flashing things in other colors soon. Or I could do Xing and Oing if all else fails. Okay. So let's see. Are there other places I can profitably ask? Yeah, okay. Where are the 2 yellows going in this row? And so the answer is, you'd think I could put them here and here if I only look at the row, but I can't actually do that. So I can put at most 1 yellow here, so that cell has to be yellow. Oh, sorry to hear that, Pause. That's, I'm glad the weekend was good before then. But I hope you enjoy this lovely coloring puzzle. Let's see. I bet if that worked, I bet I can do the same thing somewhere else. I can do it with oranges here. In this row, I can't put 2 oranges up here, so I have to put an orange over there, or I'm not getting to enough oranges. Garion asks, where's the last yellow in row 7? Which is a very smart question. It has to go there because it can't go next to a yellow. And so now the last orange in row 7 is also the last cell. This cell is now purple because it touches that. And so it is a 2. This cell is now yellow. This cell is now orange. This cell is now purple, and so it's the black flash purple. This cell is now 2. And so this cell's now orange. That's now yellow. Sorry, yellow. There we go. Let's see. I'm hoping this is going to turn out to be orange once I'm done with all of this. This cell's forced to be purple, so it's the black flash purple. This cell is yellow. This cell is orange. Let's see. We learned the color of the bedding tree. The bedding tree is orange. This cell's not purple and it's not orange because the oranges are done in the box, so that's yellow, and this is purple black flash. Let's see. So we can probably do almost the same thing somewhere else because it worked there, which seems to be the usual. Okay, so what's missing in this column? I'm missing a gray flash purple. Oh, row 3. Yes, row 3, SPQ points out. Yeah, orange in row 3 needs... The last orange in row 3 must be there, which makes that the purple 2. Which makes that cell yellow. Makes that cell purple gray flash. Makes that a purple 2. This cell can't be purple because all the purples are going in the box. Can't be orange because it touches orange, so it's yellow. And we have all the 2s in the grid, actually, apparently. And this cell is now orange. So this cell's yellow. This cell's orange. So this cell is purple, and it's gray flash purple. This cell is yellow, and this cell is orange. And so, as hoped, these 2 are a 1-3 pair. And because those are a 1-3 pair, that means we need to minimize these arrows. Because these are minimum 1, 3, 4, 5, which, remember, is 13. Plus 4 is 17, so these have to be an 8-9 pair. And now that's an 8-9 pair in orange and yellow, so purple doesn't have an 8 or a 9 in it. So this is only a 6 or a 7, which means that these are 1, 2, 3, 4 at most, so they're either 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 4. There's definitely a 1 in one of these cells. I guess it's going to be whichever of these this is. So we've got that. So that's all sweet. Okay, so this cell now is a lot more restrict. Oh, this is only a 6 or a 7 because it's gray flash purple. I had not appreciated. So this is only a 6 or a 7. So this is that same 6 or 7. Now being added to by 2 yellows, which I about was going to say, oh, so it's even, so it's 6, but that's not how numbers work at all. So we'll fake it. I feel like we can almost figure out what this is from that, but I don't think we quite can. Okay. So there's a last cell in this. Let's finish the coloring. I got distracted. Let's see. We've used all the yellows and all the purples, so this cell is orange. And therefore that cell is purple gray flash, and therefore that cell is yellow. Okay, the coloring is finished. Coloring dance. This is a 6 or a 7. He didn't knock my glasses off this time, so that's good. That's a 6 or a 7. 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 You get a 6 or a 7. You get a 6 or a 7. So there's either a 1 or a 3 in here, annoyingly, because we know there's A1 or A3 in yellow, but not both. Okay, so let's think about what this digit can be. So it can't be a 4. Because in order for it to be a 4, this would need to be 1 and 3, and 1 and 3 are not both orange. So this is at least a 5, but then it's not larger than 6 or 7. because 8 and 9 we know are orange and yellow. So we have that. I guess I know where this 8, 9 goes in box 5, don't I? Because this 8, 9 is not going on this arrow, because I actually know, that's right, I said this out loud, but then I didn't write it in. I know these are 1, 3, 4, 5. So I know that... so 5's not purple, is the point. 5 is not purple because 1, 3, 4, 5 went in the box on these cells. So these cells are 6, 7, 8, 9. And this one's not 8 or 9. And these aren't 6 or 7. Okay, so this is actually a 6, 7 pair. Okay, that seems very relevant. So let me highlight all the purple blacks now and write 6 or 7 in. Not to that. This is an absolute frolic of a puzzle. Oh, interesting. Okay, so these yellows, what are the options? They either add to... Because these two yellows have to be these two yellows. And so they need to add to 6 or 7. If they add to 6, then this is a 3. If they add to 7, then that's a 1. Okay. Okay. So yeah, there's this interesting entwining between 6s and 7s and 8s and 9s because of what's going on here in box 5. So I guess the point is, one of these is a 1 and a 5, and a 1 and a 5 is one of these, and a 3 down there. And one of these is a 3 and a 4 with a 1. Okay. So 3 and 4 are different colors, but that's not exciting. Do I want to place the 8, 9s? I believe I could place lots of 8, 9s. Is it useful to place the 8, 9s? Possibly. Like, I was thinking maybe, like, coloring these might be useful. I don't know. Anyway, okay, let's just place some 8, 9s. So that's an orange 8, 9, because this column needs an orange 8, 9. And so that's the orange 8, 9. This box needs an orange 8, 9, so it's there. Oh, I get it. Okay, so the point is orange needs a 1 or a 3 that doesn't go there. So, okay, so I think that might be a better thing to pick at. So that orange 1, 3 goes there. That yellow 1, 3 goes here. And so we've got that going on. So yeah, so that's the 8, 9. Okay, so we've got these. And I bet if I chase these 1, 3s, I bet that's going to get me over into this box, maybe, possibly. So this is a 4, 5. This is an 8, 9. That's a 4, 5. This is a 1, 3. Ah! There we go, that does it. So this yellow is not the yellow 1, 3. This digit's a 4. Beautiful. Okay, so just to summarize what happened, this yellow 1, 3 here now looks up at this cell, but there is only one yellow 1, 3, so this isn't that. So it's a 4, and therefore that's a 1, and therefore this is a 7. Let's see if I can highlight all of these. Nope. Oh well. Okay, so all of the gray flashes are 7s. Sometimes the software lets me highlight them all at once, sometimes not. What did I do wrong? Oh, I highlighted that one. I wasn't supposed to highlight that one. And so these are 6s. Hey, Dad Jokes, how are you? Those are 6s. Okay, and so that tells me the 1 is orange, so that's a 1 and that's a 3. And if that's a 3, well, that's a 1 and a 5 and a 9. And so that's an 8 and a 9. And a 3 and a 4 and an 8. And so that is a 9 and a 4 and a 3 and an 8. And a 9, nope, and an 8. This row needs a 4, so it's going over there. Or alternatively, that it just is a 4 by virtue of what color it is. That's the 5 for the row. Orange needs a 1 in this box. Orange needs an 8 in this box. These two yellows that add to 7 have to be 3 and 4, so they go in that order. These two oranges are 1 and 5, and I know the order of that. This is an orange that's not 1 or 8, so it is 5, and that's 8. These two yellows are a 9 and a 3. This orange is the last orange that's not in the box, so it's a 5. This is the last orange that's not in the column, so it's an 8. These are 1 and 5. This is a 3 and a 9 and a 4. This is an orange that's not 1 or 8, so it's a 5, and so that's the 1. These two yellows are 3 and 4, and they go in that order. This is the last orange for the row, the last yellow for the row, the last yellow for this row, the last yellow for this box, the last orange for this row, the last orange for the box. Let's see, the last yellow for this row, the last yellow for this column, the last yellow for this box, the last orange for this row, the last orange for this row, last yellow for this column, and finally we get our bet cell, which is a 5. Congratulations to those of you who bet 5 from Zach and I for the betting tree. Congratulations, Isabella. Excellent. Delightful puzzle. I'm a bit speechless, to be honest. This is an amazing construction. Definitely one of the highlights of a great year for puzzles. I really enjoyed that. Alrighty. The break-in of noticing that this cell couldn't be orange was amazing. That was super, super cool. Great use of sort of putting together the rule sets in a way that was great fun and did not involve me solving any systems of equations, which I was afraid might happen, but you made it so that every step was fun and enjoyable and cool, so I greatly appreciated that. Alrighty. So next up, we're going to switch to Penpa, because we're going to do the puzzle Introduction to Compass Fillomino. So, by the way, the screen I know is not perfectly set up while I look at the LMD page for this puzzle, but it will be set up well for once I switch over to the thing over here. So I just want to explain how compass and Fillomino work. There's not, sadly, a sample completed grid, but so first of all, this is a Fillomino puzzle. So I have to put into every square in the grid a number that indicates the size of the Tetris piece that it lives in. And so, for example, if this is a 9 size Tetris piece, then I'll put 9 in every cell. So in particular, not a sudoku at all. There's no forbidding of repeating digits in rows or columns or anything like that. It is just purely just you put the number in here. But 2 polyominoes of the same size can't touch. So if this is a 9-cell polyomino, I cannot put it next to another 9-cell polyomino. They can't share an edge, is the technical way of phrasing that. But also, we have these nightmarishly beautiful compass clues. And so this arrow is a compass clue. And so this compass clue here is telling you that in whatever polyomino ends up going here, the number of cells in that polyomino that are strictly to the right of the red line is equal to this digit. And so that's telling you that this here This is a tetromino. It's an omino with 4 pieces. Okay. And so we have to figure out what those 4 pieces are, and so on and so forth. But that is the puzzle. So there are 4 of these. I am told that this one should be very manageable, and then the second one is harder, and then the one after that is harder, and then I think the one after that is actually easier. But we must start by finding the bedding tree and placing the bedding tree in the grid. I am going to place a bedding tree here. So note, you are not guaranteed the number in the bedding tree will be between 1 and 9. It might be a 12 or something. Who knows? And yes, we have an excellent point from Jay, which is what I noticed when I read the rules earlier, which is that I could never have something with an arrow in it that's not a line. Because if, let's say there wasn't a line here, and let's say these were both 4, because if there's not a line here, these are the same number, well, then that would be saying that there's 4 members of this tetromino to the right of here, but I know there's not because there's one over here. So that's just not going to work. So, in fact, we get to, for free, draw in a large number of edges, like this, and see if that makes something jump out. Yes, and it says it is possible that not all arrows are shown. Well, I have a digit. So, I was afraid we wouldn't get anywhere, but I have a digit. Okay. The digit I have is that this cell is a 1. And that cell is a 1... because it is surrounded on all sides. And so we get to do a dance. Ba-da-ba-da. Boo! Ba-da-ba-da. Boo! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Boo! Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Boo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Always appreciate it. So we have our first omino. We'll go ahead, and in this puzzle, we'll try and color monominos blue, I guess. I don't know. Maybe we won't hue to that. So there's this thing. And this thing can't be a monomino, meaning it has to have more than one thing in it. So this has to go right. I don't know what it is, but it has to go right. At least one. Okay. So we've got that at least. Yeah, compass is the sociopath of puzzles. Yeah, ever since Simon did the one that was monomino do 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 monomino do 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 do, it's now impossible to hear the word monomino without connecting it back to that. At least for me, and many people in chat are saying the same thing. All right, so whatever this omino is, it has one thing in this direction. Whatever this omino is, it has one thing in this direction. But maybe even more interestingly... Oh boy, okay. So, okay. Here is a line. And this line is going to be fascinating. Why do I say there's a line here? Because whatever this omino is, it has one thing in the last row, and whatever this is, it has at least 2 things in the bottom row. And you can't simultaneously have one thing and at least 2 things in the bottom row. And well, if this has at least 2 things in the bottom row, it can't stop here, and so it has to escape at least to there. Probably much further, in fact. Can't take that cell. Notably, it hasn't made it to the bottom row yet. So this has to be red. Now this thing, whatever it is, it now only has one out. And so it's going to have to go there. Like that. So Now we have the question of, is it possible this red ends up over here? Red can't have been 1 because red needs to take at least 2 cells in the bottom row, Ambrose, because of this clue. I know this is at least 2. That's the only reason we knew that red had to grow. Now, of course, I'd love to say that yellow has to come here. I'd love to say that red has to come here. I don't know that I believe any of those things are true yet. I do know that red needs to go... Okay, so I know actually there's not a border between these two, and there's not a border between these two, because I know however many cells red takes to the left of this, red takes that many cells to the left of this. So I can go to the little helper X and record that I know that these things are in the same omino. I guess I could do that with like a gray line. Maybe that's better. I don't know. I'm gonna for the moment double on these, and I'll decide which of these is nice. I don't yet see why olive green has to be down there, but I suspect there are lots of things I don't see that are nonetheless true. So here's the thing. If you've never encountered a compass puzzle before, the rule set looks so innocuous. But the rule set is very far from innocuous, because what often will happen is you'll end up with a region that actually is like a 75 region that you think can't possibly end up that way, but actually red does some nonsense like this. And you do that. Yeah, so the red region has to get to the bottom row. And so the thing, of course, I'd love to prove is the red region has to get to the bottom row through here. But actually, at the moment, it's plausible that the red region gets to the bottom row by making some ridiculous path over to here. Which is, not great. So we're already at the point where I'm drawing in the border of the grid as a way of passing time and making it seem like I'm being productive. Alrighty, so yeah, so the yellow definitely has to make it to the bottom row. It only takes 1 cell in the bottom row. We don't quite have that. I do know red needs to get up at least 1. Oh, right. Sorry, KNT points out something. I had just not looked at this arrow. Green needs to get to column 5. That's this column. So green actually has to be huge in order to possibly get to column 5. Of course, it would be sensible maybe if green did that. That's maybe actually not possible. So green needs to get over there. Let's see. Okay, so okay. Right, okay. And so here's the point of KNT's comment that I was not appreciating. Green has to be huge, and therefore red needs to take a preposterously large number of cells in the bottom row. Because green, in order to get to column 5 at all, even if you just sort of like take the absolute shortest possible path that green could take to get to column 5, it would be that. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 cells. So red needs to take at least 7 cells in the bottom row, because red takes a number of cells equal to green's size in the bottom row. So red, in particular, definitely takes this cell. Okay. Now, please note, I don't know that red doesn't take some cells over here yet. Do I? I don't think so. I think red could wrap around like this. I do know that now red does need to take a cell in this row, though, at least. Actually, no, sorry. Red needs to take at least 2 cells in this row. or sorry, 2 cells up above this row. I'm somewhat concerned that red might accomplish that by coming down and coming up over here, though. Okay, so red again needs to take a minimum 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells. How many cells are there in the bottom row that red could possibly take? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Red has to get over here. Because red needs to take a minimum of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Red needs to take a minimum of 7 cells in the bottom row. And there are only 6 cells in the bottom row over here. Oh, and yellow takes a cell in the bottom row. So the last cell in the bottom row is yellow. And yellow now, I want to say yellow can't possibly be the one that yellow can't take a cell over here. But in particular, every cell in the bottom row is yellow or red, and green is forced to do exactly that thing I said. Because if green takes even one more cell than that, then the bottom row has too many cells. Okay, so we get that, and so we get to fill in our numbers here. So this is a 7. Oh, sorry, this should be normal numbers. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Of course, the obvious thing for yellow to do would just be to go and do that, and then be happy with its life. But I don't think we quite know that yellow is going to do that. Okay, here's the thing I do know, though. I know red needs to take all of these cells. Because yellow can't take a cell other than this one on this side. Because if yellow took, say, that cell or that cell, it's going to cut off red. So all of these are red regardless. So all of these are red. Now note, red still has to take 7 cells up here. Oh, actually, that's actually more restricted than I thought, because red's going to need to get over here. Okay, I don't think red can make the connection up on this side. If red wants to make the connection up on this side of the grid, it's going to take way more than 7 cells before it can get below this line. And so red only takes 7 cells in here. So red definitely takes this cell. Red connects to this row, or red connects to these cells through here. That's the point. Okay. Point well made now by Dog and some others in chat. Yellow can't now wrap around to get down here without separating red, I think. Is that true? It sure seems true. Yeah, if yellow now connects to the border, then it's going to separate these 2 flavors of red, right? I think I believe that. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, right. Sorry. I had not appreciated this, but SBQ points out, the red has to do exactly that in order to not take more than 7 cells above that line. This is a gorgeous puzzle. I mean, no surprise. So we get to draw in all of those edges for sure. Okay, and so now, because of this arrow, this omino is huge. Whatever it's going to be. It's going to be purple. This omino needs to be enormous, because it's going to be counting the number of red cells over here, so it's going to have to go up at least that far. I'm still convincing myself of the connectedness argument about yellow. I'm pretty sure I believe the connectedness argument about yellow, but I want to be careful because the entire point of compass puzzles is to make you believe things that that are not true. Okay, so this cell here is counting the number of purple cells above this line. That number can't possibly be 1. Because if that number was 1... oh, right. Sorry, there's a very easy way to do this. That KNT points out, which is that possibly other people also. The number of cells that red has above this line is 7, and so therefore this number is a 7, and so therefore purple is size 7. Okay. In particular, the thing I wanted to point out is that that means this cell is more than one size. Or more than one cell. It's not possible that purple only takes one cell up here. So this has to go up. Whatever shape, color, etc. it may be. So it's less than 7, but it's at least 2. Right, okay. So here's how I'm going to argue this. No matter what path yellow takes to the border, it's going to form an island inside the yellow as it goes to the border, and this red would be on the inside of that yellow, and this red would be on the outside of that yellow, and that doesn't work. So the yellow does have to take this cell, is the point. Okay. Okay, I'm now convinced of the connectedness argument. You have to be very careful, because if you do lots of sudoku geometry stuff, you get used to a lot of things that just aren't true when you're allowed regions of size more than 9. But in this case, that completely works. Okay, so red is only taking 7 cells. Okay, so I know these are both red now, by the way. Because I now got my last yellow there. And red is only taking 7 cells over here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and that's 6. So red probably takes these cells, right? I think red's going to be forced to take those cells. I missed a cell. Oh, right. That cell. That cell counts towards the 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Red is forced to do exactly that. Because that is 7 cells if you count the correct cells. If you don't count the correct cells, it's not. But that turns out to not be relevant, as it would happen. Okay. So all of that gets filled in. Why is there a border between row 6 and 7 of column 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, this one? There shouldn't be. I don't know why. Not a good reason. Yeah, no good reason for there to be a border there. There probably isn't a border there, in fact. So purple needs to take... Okay, so first of all, this cell can't be red. Because if this were red, it would say this region takes umpteen bajillion million cells below, but it doesn't have umpteen bajillion majillion cells. It only has 7. And actually, it can take way fewer than 7. Okay, and so that's not red. So that forces red to go down, which fills in this. Now, it could be... Actually, is it even possible for purple to take more than 1 cell down below here? I don't think so. I think that's the absolute maximum number of cells that purple can take below that line. Yeah, 1 is the maximum. This is a 1-cell region. Because purple can't take more than 1 cell below it. Oops. Just even if it takes the most beeline possible path. So, and in fact, I think that's going to force purple to do the thing I just said, isn't it? Because if purple doesn't do that, it's just not getting below the, it's not getting below this line, and it needs to get at least 1 below this line. So indeed, purple is forced to do that, I believe. So we can sudoku in these 7, sudoku in that. Okay, now red can't take this cell because red has more than... Oh, no, red can take that cell. Sorry, red can take that cell. Red does have 7 cells above this line, right? No, it does not. Red has umpteen cells above this line. Red can't take this cell. Whatever does take this cell needs to have 7 cells above this line. Okay, well, I'm going to name the thing that does take this cell. I'm going to name it brown. And so brown needs to take 7 cells above this line. There are only 2 cells above this line over here. So that means brown needs to come over here and actually keep going up at least that far. No matter what happens. I now know, by the way, that this digit's a 3. Just because it's a 3 by definition. I see that Jay also noticed that it is a 3. So this being a 3 is forced to just come down exactly like that. So we get all of that. This is now forced to be red because it can't be anything else. It's a 4. It's not a 3. It's a 4. Thank you. Yes, I miscounted. It's actually a 4 because that's 4 and that's 4. So we get this shape. We've got some numbers to fill in. So it's 4, 4, 4, 3, 3, 3. Both Jay and I got 3 for the count. Which is not correct. Okay. Brown still needs to take 7 cells up in yonder. Oh yeah, this is a 22, right? Or however many it is. It's a 22, says... okay, so I need to use number mode to fill in the 22. Is it possible to, mass select this and write 22 in all the cells at once? I don't think so. I really do have to just type 22 in all of these, don't I? So when is KNT's compass puzzle coming? Okay, so this still needs more cells up here, but I don't quite know how yet. Orange needs to take... No. Okay, this digit I can just write in. Because this digit's the number of cells that purple takes above this line. This one is a 3. So that's a 3. So that's also a 3. So whatever this shape is, it takes 3 cells over here. So let's... Okay, so first of all, let's ask, could this be brown? And I think the answer is no. Because whatever this is, it needs to take 3 cells over on this side, so it's going to take all of those cells. But if this were brown, brown already takes 8 cells above this line, and that's too many. So this is a new color. Well, it's going to be an old color because I'm out of colors, but it's forced to do that in order to take 3 cells over here. And then that forces the 3, actually, to do that. And now once we force the 3... Now this is forced to go one further, because now it doesn't have any options. And it needs to get 3 cells over here. So this this goes over here and then finishes. Whatever it may be. Okay. So got all of that. Okay, so this is not 0. And so because this is not 0, green has to keep going at least 1 cell. So green always takes that cell. And now, this number is the number of cells green takes in this row. It's not 1 anymore. So these 2 are connected. Let's put those 2 together. Let's make them pink. I have not used pink yet, apparently. I thought I'd used pink, but I had not. I can edge that in like that. Now, this looks awfully likely to be 1. How many cells is brown at now? 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 3 more. Yeah, so now brown needs 3 more cells, and brown can't have this cell, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Brown needs to get 7 cells up above here. It needs to take all of these. That's just 7. So if we actually count, brown actually finishes like that. This is another monomino. So that is a 1. Brown is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Brown is a 9. Bet tree is a 9. Congratulations if you bet 9. This is a 6. So yes, so now this is a 2, because this is counting the number of things green gets from this. So green has 2 cells from this row only. So that's done. Well, this is the one that has intro in the title, Ambrose. I'm sure the terrifying the terrifying harder versions are terrifying and harder. Okay, so now so this region also has 2 cells below this line. So this region's not 1 cell. So these 2 are connected. Let's make them yellow, we'll say. Yellow, I know, needs to take 2 cells below this line. So I think yellow always takes this cell, because if yellow doesn't take this cell, it needs to take those 2, and that's not going to work, because then yellow is going to take both sides of this line. So that cell is always yellow. Everyone with windmill status is rushing off to vote for the puzzle in the bucket that will take a whole stream. I can feel it right now. So now, what if this is not yellow? If this is not yellow, it's a 1. And so if this is not yellow, it's a 1. Yellow then takes that shape, and that's not going to work. Or alternatively, a different way to see this is if yellow takes this cell, there's a couple ways that require just a tiny bit of like visualizing what's going to happen. If yellow took this cell now becomes a 2, which then makes that a 2, which now yellow can't take another cell down here. So yellow can't take that cell is the upshot of whichever of those versions that you find likable. So that finishes yellow, because yellow takes, we know, 2 cells down in this row. And so now, whatever this thing is, let's make it brown again. Brown needs to take 4 cells below here. I should fill in the 4s. Yes, if the betting tree had ended up being 22, the house would have made a lot of money. So brown here needs to come down 4 cells below here. So it's got to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and finish like that. And now we have a monomino to finish off. So we are done our coloring. And now we just have to write in the 1, and then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Oh, wow. And the solution check actually handled it, even though I mixed Sudoku mode and number mode and all of those things. Awesome puzzle. I really enjoyed that. I will definitely do more of this series in the future, because as I mentioned, there are 4 of them. But I'm going to take a quick break at the moment, and then come back with another puzzle. So I will see you all very shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. So we have next up, a puzzle by Niverio, which is a tribute to one of my earliest Cracking the Cryptic features, actually. So one of my earliest Cracking the Cryptic features was an ambiguity puzzle where you had to decide whether each thing was an arrow or a thermo. And so that's what's going on here. Can you give me a betting tree, Niverio, while I explain the rules? So there's one more rule other than that this is an ambiguity thermo arrow puzzle. And the one more rule is that if two things stick out of the same thing, one of them has to be a thermo and one of them has to be an arrow. Okay, so let me just explain this real quick. So if this was a 6, then if this is a thermo, I have to increase, and so I could go 7, 8, 9. If it's an arrow, the digits have to add to 6, and so I could go 3, 1, 2, like that. And all of these are one of those. We just don't know which one. We're putting the betting tree in row 7, column 2. So go ahead and place your bets now as to what this will turn out to be. All right, so the first is that this is a given digit. And why is this a given digit? It's because by virtue of the fact that one of these is an arrow, it has to be at least 6. But by virtue of the fact that one of these is a thermo, it has to be at most 6. And so it is 6. And so we get to do... I think Niverio did this puzzle just because he wanted to see Zach's 6y dance. Boop boop doop boop 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 doop boop 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 doop boop 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 doop ba da ba da ba 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 da 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 ba. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So let's fill in this sextuple, because we love sextuples. So this is 1, 2, 3, and 7, 8, 9. So the arrow is 1, 2, 3, and the thermo is 7, 8, 9. And in fact, actually, if you like, I know that this one's not the 8 or the 9, this one's not the 7 or the 9, and this one's not the 7 or the 8. And same over here. This is not 7 or 9, this is not 7 or 8. All right, and so this is a triple, which is, it consists of 6, 4, 5. And that one's not a 6, so it's 4 or 5. Okay, so One of these is a 6, which is interesting. So let's think about the world where one of these things is an arrow, because I think one of them has to be an arrow, and ask if this was an arrow, what's the largest this digit could be? And so I guess if this is an arrow, the largest that this digit can be, if I think about it, that could be a 1, a 2, and a 1. So that could be 4. The largest this digit could be is 5. So one of these two is a 6. And that 6 makes its thing a thermo. So I think this is going to get us this digit. So whichever of these is a 6 is going to get us a thermo that's going to then go 7, 8, 9. Now, because of that, the other one definitely can't be a thermo, because if the other was a thermo, it would start with a 5 or a... Oh, it could start with a 4. Sorry, maybe it could start with a 4. Well, it couldn't start with a 5, so I'm going to get the 4 anyway. If this was a thermo starting with a 5, then this digit would have to be at least 8, but there's an 8, 9 going in the row, regardless of which direction is which. But also 5 is too big for an arrow, because if this were a 5, this would be at least 1, 2, 1. Oh no, that's okay, sorry, never mind. I thought I was proving this couldn't be a 5, but it could be exactly a 5 if that's a 9. Is the point. Right, because 5, 1, 2, 1 would work. I believe. Okay. So you could do geometry tricks. Maybe we should do some geometry tricks. So where does this cell go in box 1? Well, funnily enough, whether this is an arrow or a thermo, you can't repeat the yellow on it. So the yellow always goes over here on this thing. So that is pretty interesting, I believe. Hey, I'm glad you solved it, my friend. I had a lot of fun with that puzzle. I really enjoyed that one, so I'm glad that you I'm glad you got through it. Okay. I feel like knowing that one of these is an 8 and a 9 is going to be relevant somehow. In fact, one of these is 6, 7, 8. Okay, so the 6, 7, 8 looks up at this cell, or that cell on the mirror side. I guess that's going to want to make that probably not be an arrow. Oh, there's this one, which is interesting. Alrighty. And annoyingly, I don't actually know, because one of these I know is a thermo, and so one of them needs to go 6, 7, 8, 9. But I don't actually know if that goes on the same side as the 8, 9. Oh, I do know, because the 9 on this one is over here. So, here's a funnier fact. One of these two is always a 9, because I can't put the thermo out of these two. I can't put it on the same side as the thermo out of these two. So actually, I get a very weird sort of X-wing on 9s, where for the columns, one of these is 9, and for the column, one of these is 9. So now where does 9 go in this box? Is that the next question? Not quite, I guess. I was thinking it was going to have to go in one of those places, but it can go in the circle. Okay, let's see. People in chat are talking about eliminating 5 from orange. Okay, so if there's a 5, this is an arrow. Right. If this is a 5, it's an arrow, which means that this is a 9, because this is the thermo, is what chat is pointing out. And that doesn't work, because this is only a 5 if that's a 9, and that does not work. Because, again, always one of these two is a thermo. So if I make this an arrow, which I would have to if I made this a 5, then this would be a thermo and would be 9, would rule that out. So, right. So these are a 4, 6 pair, and that's a 5. Okay. So this now is an arrow for sure, because if this were a thermo, we would need to go at least a number that's at least 7, and then a number that's an 8 or a 9, but that doesn't work because of the row. So this is an arrow. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. If that's true, this probably... Yeah, if that's true, this can't be an arrow anymore. This is now a thermo. Let's see. So how am I indicating what something is? Okay, we'll make arrows have a black circle, and thermos will have a red circle. So this is now forced to be a thermo, because otherwise I have 5 cells in the column that add to at most 14. That's not going to work. Therefore, this digit has to be an 8 or a 9. Those are the only options, because I need to put an 8 and a 9 in the column. And so that is an 8 or a 9 for the column. Well, I have to put an 8 and a 9 in the column. So I either put 8 here and 9 here, or I put an 8, 9 here and 8, 9 here. Let's see. So trying to think about this yellow observation, because this seems relevant. The fact that this goes on that. Yeah, we could back this up a little bit, as Chad is pointing out, because where are 7, 8, and 9 in the column? Well, one of them could go there, the other two have to go here, so this is at least 7. So okay, so Carl is suggesting we think about where 9s go in these columns, so that we can make ourselves a little an extra X-wing. So if this is a 9, where does 9 go in the column? Well, 9 in the column can't go in any of these cells. It can't go along here or there, because if this is a 9, this is a thermo. So if this is a 9, then the 9 goes up here and hence ends up there. And on the other hand, if this were a 9, exactly the same thing is true. Now this is a thermo, so the 9 can't go there, can't repeat in the box. And if this were a thermo, I just couldn't put a 9 on it at all, so then it would have to be an arrow, and the 9 would go there. And so we get this funny sort of pattern where I now know that one of these two things for the row is a 9. And because of the fact that one of these two things for the row has to be a 9, that's an 8 and that's a 7. Which is very fancy. And so whichever one is a 9, I think that's going to let me disambiguate this. Yeah, Chad is very excited about... I can put a 9 there. I'm not so excited about that. It might prove exciting later. But this yellow here... I'm noting that if that's a 9, it makes yellow a 9. So if one of these is a 9, they're both 9. And that doesn't work. Right. This can't be the 9, is the point. Because, again, this yellow repeats in one of these digits. Oh, wait, no, this can't... All I'm proving is this can't be a 9, isn't it? Yes, this can't be a 9, but that doesn't tell me about this. So this digit's not 9. But I think I'm wrong, because I think this digit could repeat there. Okay. It's being claimed that I know one of these two is a 9, but I don't think I know that one of those two is a 9. Because this could go 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't actually know the one that has a 4 as an arrow. And even though I did know the one that was a 4 was an arrow, it could still have an 8 down there, right? I think that's true. Oh, the point is just to ask where in the column it goes. Got it. Okay, so 9 is never partially along a thermo or an arrow, so 9 can never go in one of these places. 9's not there, ever. So we know that 9 is in column 1 is restricted to one of these cells, to one of the unhighlighted cells. Is there a reason it can't go there? In the version. Okay, so we have a 9 there, which corresponds to a 9 there. And then we have a 9 there. Actually, I think the other 9 is here. Because either there's a 9 here, in which case that puts a 9 there, or there's a 9 here, in which case that's going to put a 9... that's going to put the 9 here, right? I think the other 9 is here, actually. I think these are the two cells that can be 9, right? I think that's right. So these can't... So the 4 now is actually forced either way. If the 4 is on an arrow, then the arrow has to be 8 with 1, 2, 1. Hey, Nell. Welcome. If the 4 is on a thermo, then it has to go 5, 6, 7. So we have sort of two possible universes here. And so I'm going to pencil mark all of the options. So one is that this is 7, 8, 9, which would look like that. One of them is that this is a 4 and it's an arrow, in which case it would go 1, 2, 1. And the other is that it's 4 and it's a thermo, in which case it'll go 5, 6, 7. And so we get this utterly ridiculous pencil mark that comes from this. So that is 2, 6, 8. And so that is 1, 7, 9. And so I know this cell is even, so I can put a P in the corner if I understand how that works. Okay, so the 1, 2, 1 does something interesting to this 5 arrow. So the 1, 2, 1 combination would make this a 3 and a 2 automatically. Because I would rule out every other way of making 5. So if this is an 8, 1, 2, 1 arrow, then this is a 3, 2. And so then this would be 1, 4. I don't yet know if that is spicy or not. So Niverio asks which arm goes with the 4. So the 4 is going with a thermo over here. So on with whichever side is a 4, this is going 7, 8, 9. I don't see how that is relevant, but I'm sure I'm missing something. Right. 7, 8, 9. Right. So sorry, this can't be an 8 arrow. Right. So that's the point. So the 4 here goes to the 7, 8, 9. The point is this 8 just squeaks its way into the box, ruling 8 out of this thermometer. Ruling 8 out of the bulb, which makes both of these thermos. So that's a thermo and that's a thermo. And we can take away the 1, 2, 1 option. And so you got a whole bunch of pairs here, looking back and forth across the world. So one of these is a 1, 2, 3. And the other's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, well, it's not immediately exciting, but it does let me say that these digits are all from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which seems relevant. So now I guess the question is, where is 8 in the column with the side with the 4? And so 8 on the column with the side with the 4 can't go here. Can't go there because there's already an 8 in the row. It can't go here or here because it wouldn't work on a thermo or an arrow because this can't be 9. The side with a 4 here is the side where that's a 9, I think. Because it's the side with the side with the 4 here has a 9 there, right? So, oh lord. I've lost track. So it's either the fact that this is going to be an 8-9 pair, or I'm going to get that there's an 8 here. But I've lost track of where this green 9 is. Which is the green 9 on the side with the 4 or on the side without the 4? I have to think through this again. So the side without the 4 is the side where the 9 goes there. And so the side with the 4 is the one where that's a 9. So on the side with the 4, it's true to say the 8 does go in one of these two cells. So let's just make up a new color, maybe an old color. One of these two is an 8 for the row. So we've got ourselves a little Jovi wing on 8s, just in time for Jovi's arrival. And so one of these two is an 8 for the row. So whichever of these is a 9, it certainly makes the thing an arrow. What about the other one? Is it possible the other is a thermo? And so the reason why I'm curious if the other could be a thermo is because this can't ever be 7, 8, or 9 on that side. Because on the side where this is a 4, and so this is not a 9, this is 7, 8, 9. So this would be at most a 6. Puzzles are great today, Jovi. It has been an excellent day overall. Okay. So the side with a 4. We now know on the side with a 4, we know there's a 4, a 5, a 6, an 8, and a 9. This is a 1, 2, or a 3. And then we've got a couple more 1, 2, 3s. And so I think the thing that paper, scissors wants to think about is, where's the 7? Because we haven't placed a 7 yet. So the 7 can't be partially along this. Oh, it could be partially... Wait, could it be partially along this? No, because this can't be an 8 or a 9 on the side with a 4, is the point. Because on the side with the 4, the 9's over there. And so I can't put a 7 on the arrow because it would make it sound really 8 or a 9. And so paper, scissors point is this is a 7-9 pair. But I needed to know about where the 8 was before I could do that, I believe. Oh, maybe I didn't, actually. I did it by using the 8, but I could have done it more easily if I'd have just noticed that in the side with the 4, there's a 7 in the box already. But yes, that does mean they're both arrows, so I can black circle these two things. So... Okay, it's all going to get disambiguated by the fact that this goes on here, I believe. So, here's the point. Where is 9 in this box? I should have asked this a long time ago. You can never put 9 in one of these circles, because one of them has to be a thermo. So 9 in this box is in one of these two cells. So where is the 9 in the one of these that isn't? Yeah, so where's the 9 in this box is the question now. And so the point is 9 can never go in one of these two cells. 9 can never go in one of these two cells. 9 can never go in one of these two cells. Oh no, there's one place it can go, isn't there? So my point was 9 can never go there. So 9 in this box only has 2 places it can go. But that doesn't quite sort things out. I'm annoyed about the fact that if this is 7, it can be a 2, 3, 2 arrow. Let's see. So what's the largest digit I could put on one of these? Annoyingly, it's a 7. I could put a 7 on here. That's disgusting. These can be as high as 5. Yeah, I guess I know one of these two is a 7. I know one of these two is an 8. I still feel like this yellow thing is the whole point of the puzzle, but I don't see how to use it yet. That's a good point. I know this is an arrow. So if this was also an arrow, those would sum to a minimum of 15. So these would sum to a minimum of 16. And they would have to be 7, 9 exactly. So this would have to be a 7 or a 9. So these would have to be a 7, 9 pair, and they can't be. Okay, gorgeous. So here's the point that paper, scissors made, which is a very clever point. I know this is an arrow. What if this is also an arrow? Well, then the minimum sum of these cells is 15 plus 16. So these would have to be either a 7-9 pair or an 8-9 pair, but neither of those things works because of my pencil marked 9s here. Right, this would have to be a 7. And that would have to be the 9. Wait, maybe this does work. If that's the 7 and that's the 9. No, it doesn't, because of the thing I said before. This has to appear up there, right? This could not be a 9-9 pair. And so this huge digit would have to appear on the 9 arrow, and it couldn't, because this would have to be at least that. So this is not an arrow, it's a thermo. That's the whole point. This is a thermo. So now this cell is at most 7. So this is at most 6. This is at most 5. So this digit is at most 4. That doesn't seem helpful. I also know that this digit shows up on this arrow. That's a good question. Where's 8 in column 2? Is Niverio going to have given me a betting tree that's going to be immediately resolved? Because this is Dog's point. 8 in column 2 now can't go on this because it's a thermo. 8 can't go in these boxes. So 8 can only go in either the betting tree or the bottom row in column 2. Niverio really likes to set these puzzles where you don't know which side is which until the very end, which is very complicated for me to visualize and talk about at the same time. Very nice. Okay, yes. The 8 here tells me that's not an 8. So that finally is going to disambiguate this. And so I think now the puzzle's over. Because once one of those two is an 8, that can't be an 8. So this is the arrow side. This is the thermo side. So it goes 7, 8, 9. And so now this is going to go 7, 6, 5, 4. This is going to go 9, 8, 7, 6. This is not a 9. So the 8 and the 9 are now over here. So that's the 7 and the 9. And we get to sort of like fill in everything. Let's see. We have lots of these colors I can now just get rid of. These I can get rid of. These I can get rid of. Let's see. This is not purple. For the record, I enjoy the sort of like symmetry breaking at the very end sort of puzzle. It's just hard to talk about, while simultaneously trying to hold in my mind all the pieces of information that I have to. So now we just fill in the rest of it, I believe. So we've got a 7 over in one of these two cells. Or maybe we can just go with Isabella's point. We've got a 7 here. I know this is a 1, 2, or a 3. These digits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is not a 6. So these are a 1, 2, 3 pair. 7 in this box, I know is in one of these two cells. Let's see. These digits don't have a lot of options. Do keep in mind that this can be a 2, 3, 2 arrow, or it can be a 1, 2, 4 arrow, I believe. So it is true, though, that all of these digits can't be bigger than 5 because if I did want to put a 5, I'd have to put a 5 with a double 1, but that 5 would have to go here, and there's 5 in the column's already gone. So these are from 1, 2, 3. This is from 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got all of that. Okay. This is one of the puzzles of all time. I believe that. Let's see. 7 in row 3, I'm being asked. So 7 in row 3 is not in any of those cells. It's not there or there or there. It's not there. Can't be there, so 7 in row 3 is there. And so this is the thermo, so this is the arrow. So these two are the same digit. Because this can't be a 7. So these two are the same digit. I probably should have looked at that much earlier. The fact that 2 of these had to be the same digit. That probably would have made this easier. So that digit is, I guess, I only know a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. That's not super exciting. But I do know that this is the thermo direction. Let's see. 8 in row 3 asks chat. So, let's see. So I guess, yeah, 8 in row 3 can't go there or there or there or any of those places or there. So 8 in row 3 goes there. So now 8 in this box goes here because it can't go anywhere else per our previous calculations. As I guess we already kind of knew. Sadly, this can be an 8, I believe. I do know one of these two is a 6. I don't think that's going to do anything for me. 7 in column 2 now? That's not a 7. Yes, 7 in column 2 is here per Carl. So that's going to place a 7 there, which is going to place an 8 there, which is going to make this an arrow. So there's an 8 down here, one of these two cells. Isabella asked about, sorry, Screaming Ice Cube asked about 9 in box 3, which is actually there because of these 9s. So that's a 9. Right, I can strip out lots of candidates from this, per Ambrose, because this can't be 1, 7, it can't be 2, 6. Could be 3, 5 either way, or 4, 4. So this is from 3, 4, 5 as well. That Fillomino was great. You're welcome, Jovi. I quite enjoy it. It's been a lot of fun streaming. I guess I've been doing it for a while now. Mathpesto points out, I know this isn't yellow anymore. That's true. Right, okay, so MathPesto also points out, I know the things left in this column are 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 1, 1, 2, and 1, 3, 4 here. So there's 1, 1, 2, and 1, 3, 4 here, and we know the order of a 1, 2, and a 3, 4 has to be that. Do I somehow know that this cell in box 1 doesn't repeat on the arrow? One isn't big enough for this cell. Just doing the minorest of minor nitpicking stuff. But 1's not big enough because I can't make those add to 6. So we're sort of just grasping to find something to finish this off. Like I think the ambiguity part is mostly done. It's Sudoku now. Let's see. So Carl is suggesting 6 in this row. Let's see. Is this being a 6 a problem? If this were a 6, this would need to be 1, 2 exactly. I do need to put a 1 in this box, which is going to be difficult because I can't put a 1 there. I feel like I might actually be able to sort of think about where the low digits go in this box and force this to be low. Oh, Carl thinks it has to be there. Carl thinks this can't be a 6. Oh, because there's a 6 in the box. Yes, if I observe the 6 in the box... yes, the 6 in the box does tell me that indeed the 6 is here. So this is a 1, 2 pair. So the rest of this column is a 3, 4, 5. This is the kind of thing where I'm really happy I have chat to point these things out. So that's a 3, 4, 5. Let's see. What is the largest this could possibly be? Oh, I guess... Okay, so well, this is a 1 or a 2 now, because it's there, right? This is a 1 or a 2. So these can go away now, because I know this 1 or 2 is going to be there no matter what. So there's a 1, 2 pair in row 4, so that's not a 2 anymore. So this is a 3 or a 4. There's always a 1 up here, right? Because this either sums to 3 or 4, so there's always a 1 up here, so this isn't a 1 anymore. Right, this can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9 per Isabella, so this is at most 5, 4, 3. But it's at least 2, 3, 4, so we've got that that good-lifting thing. Oh, but there's no 2 in the box left, so that is a 3, 4, 5 because of the 1, 2 pair. So that's a 4 and a 1, which makes this a 2, 3 pair. Let's see, that's going to tell us what this digit is. That's a 6 and a 6. So that's a 6. So now this is the thermo side, because I can't repeat the 6. So these 2 digits are the same. Those 2 digits are the same. Do I have any idea what this digit is? It's not 1. I think it could be 2 or 3. It's not 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, though. So this is only 2 or 3. And both of these are it. I see that this is a 2. So that is not a 2. That's not a 3, apparently. This is a 3, 4, or 5 for the row, which gives us a 3, 4, 5 triple in the box, actually. So this isn't a 3, 4, or 5. This is only a 1 or a 2. That's not a 6, apparently. So now this is a 6, because it's the only place for 6 in the box. And we've got one more 6 to place, it looks like. It's got to go there. That is our last 6. That's not a 1. That's not a 2. There's a 1, 2, 3 triple in column 7, which is a good spot to map pesto. So that's a 4, 5. That's a 3. So these are a 1, 3 pair in order to make this work, and they have to go in that order. So that's a 2 and a 2. And a 1, 3, 2, 1. 2, 3. So this is not a 1 or a 3. It's not a 3. That's not a 3. So that's a 4, 5 pair, making that a 2, provided that I didn't at some point screw that up, which is very possible. This is a 4 or a 5, so that's a 4, 5 pair looking over there, making that a 3. That's a 2 and a 1. That's not a 3. That's a 4, 5 pair, which makes that a 1. This is a 2. This is a 5 and a 4. If I look at this digit, where does it go in box 5? It goes there in box 5. So these two are the same. And the question is, if these are the same, what are they? Is 8 5 plus 5, or is 8 4 plus 4? So 8 is 4 plus 4, so that's 5 and 5 and 5 and 4. That 1 looks down there, which makes that a 3, and a 1 and a 2. Makes that a 5. These are a 9 and a 5. This is beautifully constructed, by the way. And challenging Sudoku-wise, actually, which I was not expecting. Like, I feel like the Sudoku part has actually been the harder part of this ambiguity puzzle. But that's cool. I like the way that this has all come together. The two disambiguating ones, like these are the only two clues that break the symmetry, have been very well used. I think I way overweighted this. I don't think that this was actually relevant, and I probably would have been happier if I had not thought immediately about that this cell was going to go up there, because I thought that was going to immediately give me something, but I think it was not really intended to give you anything until you completely understood what the crystals looked like on the left and the right. Let's see. Okay, so there's a 3 down here, and it goes there. And so this column is a 9. 2, 3. I would say that's actually very complicated, Niverio. The forcing 8 into this step, I think that step is very complicated because you have to notice that there's a locked candidate 8, which is something that the puzzle's not encouraging you to look for. And then you have to notice that it actually does something. Mind you, I think it's awesome what it does. I have no complaints, but I think it's a very difficult step. And I think the puzzle isn't... I think you're not at all encouraged to find it. So I think that's the hard step, but it's such a cool step. I think it is worthwhile. Sudoku puzzles get to have hard steps. I think that hard step, breaking all of this, I think is very satisfying. Let's see. Okay, so one of these is an 8. I still don't know which one. What's the other one? 3. One of them is a 4. I still don't know which one. So these are a 4 and an 8. Okay. These two digits are a 4 and a... This is going to tell me the rest of it. I hope. 4 and a 9. So that one is the 4. That one's the 9. So that's the 4 and that's the 8. That's the 8. And the bet cell is a 1. Congratulations, if you bet 1. Very good. Very nice puzzle. Very smooth. And I love it anytime an 8 arrow ends up being a 4-4. It is one of my favorites. I suspiciously, the 7 arrow being a 3-1-3, though. That's slightly evil. 1, 2, 6. We got a real 9 arrow, a 1, 2, 6 over there. So we knew these. I liked figuring out what was going on here with the, okay, one of these. Realizing that both of these had to be thermos was fascinating. I really did not expect that. If it wasn't 313, it made a deadly pattern. That's a good reason to make it go the way that it went. Yeah, there's a lot of cleverness in this puzzle. I liked this. But I'm a sucker for ambiguity puzzles, so I'm pretty easy to satisfy. It's interesting that it's so symmetrical. That is very very pleasing to the eye. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with another puzzle. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have a killer puzzle by Philip Newman. I don't know what a good betting tree is for this puzzle, so I'm just going to pick one. I will pick this one. We've done a number of Philip Newman puzzles on the stream in the past, but I think all the previous Philip Newman puzzles we've done have been gas puzzles. I think that's true. So this will be the first non-gas Philip Newman puzzle. This is a killer puzzle. So the thing we have to do is we have to make sure that the digits inside the cages sum to the total and don't repeat. So just to summarize that, I could not, for example, do this. This would be illegal because I can't repeat the 3 inside the cage, even though Sudoku would normally allow it. Alrighty, so... but the people who've already solved it are the people who are most useful, Jovi. So there's a few of these that are forced. So the only way to make 7 in 3 digits is 1, 2, 4. The only way to make 6 is as 1, 2, 3. And so once I've made 6 as 1, 2, 3, the only way to make 15 is 4, 5, 6, because I can't use the 1, 2, and 3. Which makes these 7, 8, 9. 15 is either 6, 9, or 7, 8. So I think because this is setting up to be a coloring puzzle, I'm going to set that up like that. The 8 cage is always going to contain a 1. This 8 cage also is going to contain a 1. Good point from J. Dyer. If I don't use a 3 in this 14, then it's going to be at least 5, 6, 7 because of the 1, 2, 4, and that's not going to work. I guess the easy way to see this is that 7 plus 14 is 21. Oh, that happens other places. Okay, it's because 7 plus 14 is 21, which forces them to be the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because that's the minimum 6 digits can sum to. So this is 3, 5, 6. Oops, sorry. And then that same thing happens over here. These sum to 21. So they're also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so these are also 7, 8, 9. But I have a couple options here. I know the 6 is up here in that oople. 22 always has a 9. Is that true? Let's see. 22 plus 10 is 32, plus 9 is 41. So these two are a 1-3 pair, is what you're telling me. So we've got that. I can pencil mark these are 7, 8, 9. This diagonal pattern is suspicious. Let's see. Jovi asks, you like esoteric classic Sudoku, right? Mostly. I mean, I feel like when someone recommends me a killer puzzle, I feel like I know I'm signing up for esoteric classic Sudoku, because that's all killer puzzles are. This, because it can't have a 1 or a 3, this is either 2, 8 or 4, 6. It has no other options. Actually, maybe I can make the 9 forced. Is the 9 forced now? Because these sum to 4, 13, 23. Okay, so the 9, no, it's not quite. The 9 is either 2, 7 or 4, 5. Yeah, so this is 2, 7 or 4, 5. That's a lot of options. Never mind. Yeah, the 12 cage, we can say, although it crosses 2 boxes, it needs a 1 and a 2. And by the way, if you don't know some of these things, so far I have not really looked at these because I've known the things I needed to know. But you can always use the Cracking the Cryptic app to tell you all the possibilities. And so you can know, for example, the thing I'm about to write in, that a 12 cage always has a 1 and a 2. And a 13 cage always just has a 1. And so that's 3 of the 1s between these 4 boxes. So this can't be a 1. We've got a digit. Beautiful. If this was a 1, it would push the 1 in both of these cages into this box. That doesn't work, and so we get a 3. We get to do the 3 dance. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that is a 3. That's a 1. These are a 1, 4 in order to add to 5 without repeating the 3. Let's see. Yes, because I know one of these is a 1 is the point. I can actually go ahead and highlight that. I know one of the 2 yellow cells is a 1. That's probably worth keeping track of. Similarly, the 22 cage needs a 9. I probably should be marking that as well. If this deduction was here, I probably should also mark that. This needs a 9. this T shape can't, or has to contain the 8 and the 9 of the box. You can't put an 8 or a 9 in this, in an 8 cage. And I can't put the 8 and the 9 in this row. Okay, so this is interesting. So, weirdly, because of this T shape up here that I'm sort of squinting at, what I'm noticing is the 8 and the 9 have to be in the T shape. But I only get one more 8, 9 in this row, at most. Tristan claims I can't put a 7 in them either. I'm trying to understand what I see. Is there some way I know that there's not a 1 in these 8 cages? I mean, I know the 7 can't go over here. I know I can't put a 4 in them. I can put a 4 in these. I don't see how Tristan's getting you can't put a 7. You can't put a 4. But anyway, the thing I was looking at with the 8s and 9s is I can only put 1, 8, 9 in this row. So I have to put an 8, 9 in this column. Which is going to do possibly interesting things with my 22 cage, but maybe not. Let's see. Right. Okay, so, right. There's a thing going on with this shape, which is what Tristan was saying. So Tristan observed this and then wasn't quite sure what was going on. This L shape needs to have 2 1s in it. Because there needs to be a 1, or maybe more aptly, I think the better way to say it, this area needs to have 3 1s in it. 1 for the 13 cage, 1 for the 12 cage, and 1 for the 8 cage. That's the way to explain it. Of course, one of the 1s will be in this box. So these need to have 2 1s. And so one of them needs to be here and one of them needs to be here, because I can cover blue with this row is probably the way Jovi would say it. Because I can cover this blue region with this row and this column, and so I need to have a 1 there and a 1 there. Which means that I have 1s looking up at both sides of this. And so that means that the 1 is indeed over here. But so is the 7, because I can't put the 7 there, and now I've got a tuple. So I can upgrade my my whole thing. That this is 1, 4, 9, 7, 8. These aren't 1. I can get rid of the corner marks. And these are the other ones. So they're 3, 5, and 2, 6. That one's not a 3, so that one's not a 5. But the whole point is it gets me a quintuple of 1, 4, 7, 8, 9. And so that gets me that this digit's a 2. These aren't a 2, they're a 1, 4. That's not a 3 either, so that's not a 5 either. So there's definitely a 3 in one of these 2 cells, which looks down at this 12, which tells me that the 12 has to be either 4, 8, or 5, 7. That looks suspicious. I'm going to fill that in. And these digits are now these are from 3, 5, 6 to finish off the row. That one's not a 6 for sure. It's not a 1 for sure. So that 1 in this 8 cage is now in this row, so that's not the 1 either. So we've now only got 2 spots for this 1. Okay, so 3 and 5 do not go together in an 8 cage, unfortunately. Yes, okay. So Carl points out we can do math. So the minimum sum of the purple cells is 21. But the total sum of the purple cells plus these other two cells is 23. And so in particular, is 25. It's 25. So these two cells sum to at most 4. But they can't actually sum to... could they sum to 4 if they're 2, 2? Maybe they could sum to 4 if they're 2, 2. No, they can't be 2, 2, because then I couldn't make these sum to 21. They would sum to a bajillion d million d. And so, therefore, these sum to at most 4, but they can't sum to 4 because they can't be 2, 2 or 1, 3. So therefore, they need to sum to 3 because they can't be 1, 1 either, as we've discussed. So therefore, they're a 1, 2 pair. And so if those are a 1, 2 pair, that means the purple cells, we actually know their sum, because now those sum to 3, whereas all of these cells sum to 25. So these sum to 22, and so that means they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 7 is what they are. So there's no 6. And if there's no 6 in them at all, that tells me what the 12 cage is, because now the 12 cage is not 1, 2, 3, 6, it's 1, 2, 4, 5, no 3 or 7. So this is 1, 2, 4, 5. And so this has a 7 in it, so it has to be 1, 2, 3, 7, so no 4, 5 there. And therefore these digits are 6, 8, and 9. I'm eyeing my 6, 7, 8, 9s in these various places, that I have lots of them. And so now I've got a 1, 2, 3, 7 quad in row 7. And so the 1, 2, 3, 7 quad is giving me that's a 4. And so that's a 1. So that's a 2, and that's a 1 because we knew these things. So now this is a 5, 7. This is not a 1. Did we do this not at all the way that Philip intended us to do this? Is that what you're saying, Ranks? These are not a 2. They do include a 1, but I don't think I need to pencil mark that anymore. I don't think any of this coloring is doing anything for us anymore. This is not a 4. This is not a 1, so that's a 1. So these sum to 7, so that makes this either a 2 or a 4, depending on whether that's a 3 or a 5. That 1... is gone there. Okay, so the 2 is gone here, and the 8 is gone here. So this is a 4, 6 pair. Does that fix the 22 cage? It does. The 22 cage is now a 5, 8, 9. So the 9 cage is now a something else. A 2 and a 7. So that's not 2, that's not 6. That's not 7. That's not 2. That's not 2, so that's not 6. So we've got a 2, 3 pair now in this column. A 5, 6 pair in this column. Makes this digit an 8 or a 9 to finish the column. Almost got our quint here. Let's see. This 5, 7 looks up and makes that not a 7 either. So the 7's now hanging out in this column somewhere. We've got... where is 4 in box 3 is the question. 4 in box 3 is placed because of the 4 looking over here. So that is a 4, and that's a 3. So that's not a 3, and that's not a 3, and that's not a 4. Now there's a 5, 6 pair in this row, which I said thinking it was going to do something. Now we ask where's 1 in row 2. 1 in row 2 now only goes here. So that's not a 1. It's not a 4 either, actually, if I look over there at the 1, 4 pair. So that's now a 7, 8, 9 triple. Which means that these are the other of 2, 3, 5, 6. So these two in particular add to 8. And so I can get that this is a 5. And so these aren't 3, 5, they're 2, 6. And And so that is the 6 and the 2. I know I did that in a slightly circuitous way, but I thought it was cool that I knew the sum of these decks from first principles, and so I could do that. So I know people in chat almost assuredly did not do that the same way that I did. But for once, I knew I was doing it the complicated way, but I liked it better. This is a 7, 8, 9 triple, so that's a 4, which makes that a 6 and a 4. I usually don't know that I'm doing it the more complicated way, but in this particular instance, I did know that I was doing it the more complicated way. So these aren't 4, so that is 4. These are a 2, 5 pair. That's not a 6 anymore. It's an 8 or a 9. These aren't 4, so that is 4. So that's 1 and 4. I feel like this box was probably intended to be part of the puzzle. But we have never looked at this box, aside from pencil marking it at the very beginning and then doing absolutely nothing with it, which is probably not what the setter had hoped would happen, but who knows. So this 11 cage is not 2, 9 or 4, 7. So it is 3, 8, or well, it's not 5, 6 either. So it is 3, 8. And so it's 8 and 3. It's not 5, 6 because there's a 5, 6 down there and it would break if it was. So these are a 7, 9 pair, making that a 5 or a 6. This 11 cage now is not 5, 6, or 3, 8, so it's either 2, 9 or 4, 7. He says, hoping that one of those is obviously not correct. It is not obvious to me that one of those is not correct. Well, let me fill in this row. That might be easier. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. So this is 5, 7, or 9. Well, this isn't a 5, so this is either 2 or 4, is the upshot of this 11 cage. Let's see. I'm told there's a Jovi wing on 3s that is invisible. So I think the Jovi wing on 3s is between these. So the point is, where am I putting 3 in this row, given that the 3 in this box and this box is already claimed? So I need to put a 3 down in this row somewhere, but it turns out not to be possible to do that yet. So these are, if I fill in the values of these cells, I actually know what they are, because there's a 5, 7, 8, 9 quad in the column. I did notice this quad a long time ago, but for reasons, I did not think it was appropriate to fill it in. But I'll fill in this pair. So these are a 2 and a 3, 4, 5, and a 6. Not 7, 8, or 9. But because of the Jovi wing, there's no 3 there. So these are a 2, 6 pair. But that gives me a Jovi wing on 2s between these two boxes, which then makes that a 2 and a 5, which makes that a 7 and a 5. Makes that not a 7. Makes that not a 7. So 1, 3, 2, 6. Why do I have so many ones? Oh, I have a 6, 8. I have an 8, 9 pair in the row, which makes that a 6. Makes that not a 6. Makes that not a 6, so that's not a 9. Let's see. That's apparently not a 5. Okay, so this is an 8 or a 9 by the column. So that's a 7. This is a 2 and a 6. That appears to be a 9 and an 8, and a 9 and an 8 and a 9. And a 9. We remove those, making that an 8. These aren't 8. So let's see, not an 8, not a 7. So that's a 7, 9 pair, which makes that an 8, that a 7 and a 9, and an 8. That not being able to be 7 anymore makes that a 9 and a 2, which makes that a 2 for the box, or for the cage, whichever way you want to think about it, which makes that a 5 and a 3. That is a 9 and a 7, which makes that a 9 and a 7 and an 8. Makes that a 3 and a 1 and a 7, and a 3 and a 1. These two are now a... Let's see, I still need a 3, which goes there, and a 4, which goes there. That's not an 8 or a 7, so this is either 6 and 9 or 7 and 8. But that's a 7, which makes that 6 and 9, makes that a 5, makes that a 7, makes that a 2. This is 5 or 8, but it's not 8, so it's 5. That's 8 and 5, and 6, and 5 and 6, and a 1, and a 4. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and these are a 7 and an 8, and I know the order. And then the suspense of the betting tree has been long awaited, but it is a 3. So Zach and I congratulate you if you bet 3. Most excellent. Nice puzzle. I enjoyed that. Let's see. I've still got a good chunk of time. Fortunately, today's puzzles have all been fairly quick. So I will go dig us up another puzzle, and then be back. So see you all quite shortly. Alrighty. And we're back with Two Truths and a Lie by ICHTUES. So if you've not done a Two Truths and a Lie puzzle before, the way these puzzles work is that every clue type shows up in the grid 3 times. So we're going to go over a lot of clue types in quick succession, and that's because all of them show up in the grid 3 times. But 2 of them are right and 1 of them is wrong. So 2 of these black dots correctly reflect that there is a ratio of 1 to 2 between them. And then 1 of them does not reflect that. 2 of these lines reflect that the difference between every pair of digits along the line is at least 5, and then 1 of them is a lie. 2 of these have consecutive digits on them, and 1 of them doesn't. 2 of these are good between lines. 2 of these sum to 10. What on earth are the blue lines? Oh, palindromes. 2 of these are real palindromes. So 2 of these reflect their digit over to here. Yes, I also know one of the fake clues, but I was trying to go over these. So let's see. The O's are odd, the squares are even, and the white dots are consecutive. Okay, so the thing I see right away, which I assume is what everyone sees right away, has to do with the V's. So what if this V was the fake one? So let's just imagine. By the way, I should put down a betting tree. I have absolutely no idea. Has anyone in chat done this puzzle and have some recollection of where I should put the betting tree? I'm just going to guess otherwise. But imagine this is the fake V. If that's the fake V, then both of these V's are true. But that would mean both of those 2 digits would be the same. That's not going to work. So, in fact, the fake V is that one, and the other 2 V's are correct. Okay. Box 8 is where I'm told I should put the betting tree. I'm going to put it down there, behind the between line. But that means these 2 V's are correct, which means that this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad for real. Which means that these digits are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now that's interesting because now this arrow is broken. Because there's no way I can make this arrow work. because I've used 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the row. So this arrow is bonkers. These two are correct. I'm not going to put a green line there, but I will put a green line across the arrows. Will I? No, I'll put a green circle on the arrows. That'll be better. Just to indicate that those arrows are correct. Maybe instead of a red line through the arrow, maybe I should just red the circle. Whatever. This arrow's bad. Now, so this actually did a lot, really, because if you now look at these thermos, actually, the question is, could both of these thermos be correct? And the answer is they can't both be correct, because I don't have enough digits that are 5 or greater to fill all of these cells. So one of these is wrong. I don't know which one. But because one of those is wrong, and this is the beauty of two truths and a lie logic, this one is right. So this is a genuine thermo. And so this digit is a minimum of 5. And so I could at least do 5, 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, 9, just for this. Because there's only 1, 1, 2, 3, 4 left in the box. In fact, I can do a lot better. Because one of these black dots is real, and whichever black dot is real is going to use the last of 1, 2, 3, 4 on it. Because every black dot has a 1, 2, 3, or 4. So in fact, actually, this is at least 5. So let me re-good lift this. So this is at least 5, 6, 7. In fact, actually, yeah, this is at least 5, 6, 7. But we could do 6, 7, 8, 7, 8, 9, like that. Now, one of these black dots at least is real. Whichever one is real needs a 1, 2, 3, 4 on it. So in particular, here's the point. It's impossible both of these black dots are real. Because if both of these black dots were real, they would both need a 1, 2, 3, 4 on them, which you could think of as, oh, I could put the 1, 2, 3, 4 there, but that doesn't work, because then you need to put the same high digit in both of these. So one of these two is bogus, which means that this one's real. And so it needs to have a 1, 2, 3, 4 on it. Could that 1, 2, 3, 4 be there? I guess that it could be. No, it can't, because... Oh, no, sorry, it could be. Sorry, never mind. I keep saying the wrong thing. Okay. I think I'm going to think about other things now. I don't think this is immediately fruitful. If this was a 1, 2, 3, 4, it would be that 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, it can't be a 1, 2... No, it could be this 1, 2, 3, 4, and then put a low digit here, and then put the high digit that matched it here. Okay. Yeah, so I think it's still possible, as best we can tell. It's interesting to contemplate what this middle digit's going to be, because one of these is also going to be at least 6. If both of these were right, then this would be a 5. So let's look at that. If both of these are right, this would be a 5. How can I disprove that this is a 5? Okay. Maybe I should think about 5, 7s, and 9s. How many 5, 7s, and 9s can I put off of this thermo? And the answer is 1, because one of these dots... right, okay. 5, 7, and 9 never go here. And how many 5, 7, 9s can I put in this row? Well, at most 1, because one of these black dots is real. I can never actually put a 5, 7, 9 there. I could put a 5, 7, 9 not there either. I could put 5, 7, 9 exactly here, Or if I don't put a 579 exactly here, this thermo has to be 579. This is because 579 are the digits that can't go on black dots. Is there something wrong with this thermo being 579 exactly? I don't think so. Yeah, so if this is the black dot that's correct, it's going to eat up a... So if... Okay, maybe that's the question. Can this black dot be correct? Because if this black dot is correct, it's going to eat up the last 1, 2, 3, 4, as well as a 6 or 8. And then this cell is also going to be a 6 or an 8. So yeah, if this black dot is correct, this up here is a 3, 6, 4, 8 quad. And this is a 5, 7, 9. All of that seems true to me. Let's see, this string of evens and odds is fascinating. Let's see, what about these between lines? Should I be looking at that? So maybe the question I'm supposed to ask is, where is the 9 going in these two columns? Is that a reasonable question to ask? It seems like a reasonable question to ask. Because I can't put a 9 on a correct arrow. I can only put a 9 on the fake between line. Yeah, maybe that doesn't quite get me there. Should I look at what this circle can be, given that it's looking at 2 correct black dots? That might be smart. So, for example, this circle can't be 3, because then it would be 3, 1, 2, and then I would not have any... I could only make 1 correct black dot. So this can't be 3. It can't be 4 either, because then it would be 4, 1, 3. Then I can make even fewer black dots. Is it possible that this is a 5? Because if this is a 5 with a 1, 4, then I certainly don't have enough black dots. If this is a 5 with a 2, 3, I also don't have enough black dots. So this can't be a 5 either. So this is at least a 6. And we might not be able to do 6 either. So if this is a 6... If this is a 6... Right, it can't be 6 either, because as soon as this is a 6, I force the 2 correct black dots. Oh, wait, no, the 2 correct black dots could be a string. Wait, I might have said something that was wrong before, because the correct dots could only have 3 digits on them. It could be 1, 2, 4, 8. Sorry, it could be 1, 2, 4 or 2, 4, 8, for example. Right, if I went... Well, it couldn't be 1, 2, 4. Could it be 2, 4, 8? If it was 2, 4, 8, it would have to go 2, 4, 8 exactly like that. And so I could do 2, 4, 8 with 1, 5, I think is okay. Okay, so there's an interesting bit of pressure there, actually, that I was not expecting. So no matter what, I use up 2 low digits between these black dots. No matter how I set this up, I use 2, 1, 2, 3, 4s. But that doesn't stop me from using 2 more of them over here. Oh, should I be thinking about which of these, what this V is? Is that going to be something that is going to... So one of the V's has to be 1, 4. If the V is 1, 4, does that do anything? Because 1 and 4 are both Kropke-friendly numbers. So if this V was 1, 4, the only thing I could put on a black dot in here would be 3, 6. For the black dot that's contained entirely in this box. It would have to be 3, 6. Whereas if this is a 2, 3, the only thing I could put on the black dot would be 4, 8. So the correct black dot in this box is actually quite restricted by the V's. So by the correct V, if the correct V is 1, 4, the only thing I could do is 3, 6. In which case this digit's a 2. So I'm going to just write in what these options are. Or this is a 2, 3, in which case the only thing the correct black dot can be in this box is a 3, 6. Sorry, no. The only thing is a 4, 8, in which case this is a 1. So this digit's always a 1 or a 2, so this digit's always a 3 or a 4. And we always use either the 6 or the 8. I guess we knew that before. There's always a 6 or an 8 on there. Okay. So there are no 1, 2s up here, because that's all the 1, 2s for the box, because there's a 1, 2 here, there's a 1, 2 here. So there's no 1, 2. Yeah, right. I guess we knew that, because these are either 3, 6, or 4, 8. I guess SPQ's point is we know this digit's always a correct black dot digit. So we know that this is always from 1, 2, 4, 8, 3, 6, but it's not 1, 2 anymore. It's now from 3, 4, 6, 8. So we have that. Why does there have to be a 579 on the top of box 2, Doug? I'd like to know that, but I don't see it yet. I don't know that there's a 6 or an 8 on the thermo. I know there's a 6 or an 8 on the black dots. No problem. I just wanted to make sure I understood what was happening. Do I break the world if I make this palindrome true? So if I make this palindrome true, I put a lot of pressure on this black dot. The fact that 1 and 4 go together on a V is bugging me. So the only possibility, if this black dot is true, the only possibility that works is that it goes 8, 4, 2. Okay. So if this black dot is the correct one, the only thing that works is that this is exactly 8, 4, 2. I want to see if I squint if there's a reason why that does not work. So if that were 8, 4, 2, it would cause this to be 2, 3. So that would be a 1 and a 4. Obviously that would break this palindrome. But I don't see anything that looks broken here. Sadly. I was hoping there was something that was like just a hair outside of my ability to visualize it that wasn't quite right. Oh, these whispers can't both be correct, right? Would that break if this were 2 highs and a low? Okay, so if these whispers are both correct, these are all the same. Oh no, I guess that works. Okay, these would all be the same high-lowity. That would be the same high-lowity. There might be a more complicated reason why this does not work. But I could at least make the math work out. It's funny thinking about 5 in this column, because it's almost certainly going to be a thing. Well, it could be 5 if this palindrome is wrong. Is there a reason these palindromes can't both be correct? Yeah, I was looking at that, Medi, and trying to say, okay, is there a way that I could use the fact that these things sum to an odd number? But I don't think so. Yeah, I guess Crusader gives me a thing it says, which is that these I know sum to an odd number because the total sum of a correct arrow is even. So these sum to an odd number. That sums to 10, so the sum is still an odd number. So these two sum to an even number. So they're either both odd or both even. This string of X's here makes me really want to think about 5 in this column. But I don't quite yet see how to take advantage of that. Okay, so these digits are the same parity. I will use Simon's convention of sticking a P in the corner to indicate that they are the same parity. If these were both correct, would that do something? No. Why does the fact that the V on the first palindrome is true mean that the palindrome must be true? Is there some rule that I'm missing that would tell me that? By the way, welcome, Dexter. I'm not sure I've seen you around before, but glad to have you here. I really feel like it's screaming at me to try and prove that this box can't work as stated. I'm going to think about like the interaction between the Renbon and the Whispers in this box, for example, but that's not immediately super useful. So, yeah, the zigzag whisper means all of these, if this whisper is true, all of these are the same high-lowity. Which is interesting. Do I know anything fancy about these between lines? And I think the answer is no, not immediately. I was trying to look at the fact that I know that... Okay, maybe I should do it this way. I know the parity of these. This is 3 odds and 3 evens. So in this box, there we go. So in this box, I think this is going to be useful. In this box, there are 3 odds and 3 evens left. Sorry. In this box, there are 2 odds and an even left. Okay. Note that's because one of these evens is wrong and one of these odds is wrong, but those cancel out. So there's 2 odds and 1 even left in this box. If this X is correct, it therefore has to be 2 odds. With this being an even. Does that must do something, right? That's got to be the thing I'm supposed to think about, right? If this X is correct, it has to be 2 odds. Let's see. Yeah, I agree if both of these are correct. This is a 5, which means the palindrome is wrong. And then both of these palindromes would be correct. I agree with that statement. That parody thing is so pretty. I'm surprised it did not immediately give me something. Like, it would be nice if it gave me... It'd be nice if it gave me something. We've got the most random collection of white dots. You're welcome to share stuff if you solved it before, if you think it'll make the stream more fun for everyone. We know that this is odd. Maybe we don't know that this is odd. Okay, so Garion makes a good point that every one of these X's that's real has a small digit on it. And that digit is going to be pushed onto the fake thermo over here. So there's 2 small digits from the X's here over here. And so actually that tells us that the real X has the fake X in this column has 2 high digits on it. Because I can't put any extra low digits in this column. Yeah, if this is a 5 and the palindrome is true, that doesn't work. But I don't know if this palindrome is true or not. Yeah, there's this linking it's the linking between constraints that ends up being messy. When you say, okay, if this whisper were right, it would make this V false, is often complicated. Okay, so as it helm says, if both of these greens are correct, it makes that a 5, which makes this broken, which makes these 2 correct. Which makes these either 6-8 or 7-9. Oh, these can't be 7-9. Ever. Because if they're 7-9, the thermo doesn't work. Does that tell me anything? If these can't ever be 7-9? Because I know these 2 are the same parity. Okay, so there's so there's a 7 or 9 over here is what it tells me. Okay, let's see. Garion is counting small digits here. Small digit on the tip of the thermo in box 3 eats up a small digit. Yeah, so one of the fake thermo has a small digit on it. There are 2 small digits in this string of black dots, at least. So that's 3 small digits. So there's only 1 small digit on here. Right, there's only 1 small digit on here. And so the point is that means all of these digits are small, right? Because I need to put... Right, okay. I agree with... Okay, I get Garion's point, and I think it's gorgeous. So I need to put 4 small digits in this box. How many of them can I put in row 1? And you could try putting 2 of them here, but we know there's 1 up there. And so now that would be 2, 3, and now I can't make the black dots work, because every true black dot needs a low digit. And we've said it can't be set up in such a way that you can't get away with using 2 low digits. So there's only 1 low digit here, which means all of these digits are low. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4. That's huge. So now this certainly isn't a 1 or a 2. It's a 3 or a 4. These aren't a 4. And so these are 1, 2, or a 3. They definitely include a 1. So this includes a digit that's higher than 4, and a digit that's at least 2. So that doesn't tell me a lot. But what if it doesn't? So if this is 3, 1, 2, the only thing that works up here is 4, 5, and 9. I don't know if that's the problem. Isabella says the black dots now can't be 8, 4, 2. Okay, so what's wrong if this is 8, 4, 2? Oh, wow, that's a good spot. Right, so before we were contemplating, could this be the green arrow? And this was the green arrow exactly if it went 8, 4, 2. But that would put 4 and 2 together in this arrow, Isabella points out, and then I would need a second 2, which I cannot do. And so what that means is this is the black dot that's wrong. And so this black dot is correct. Over there. So this digit now has to be high. So this digit's a 6 or an 8. Because this black dot needs a low digit on it, and it can't be here, because the last low digit's on this black dot. So this is a 6 or an 8. This is a 3 or a 4. And now, right, now all of these are not 5, 7, 9. And so now the thermo is 5, 7, 9, and we get to do a dance. Woohoo! Woo-doo-doo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. That was cool. I did not see it coming. So now that is a 3-4 pair. And so that 3-4 pair means that the X's in this column that are true are 1, 2, 8, and 9. So this digit is not 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not 5. It could be 6. It can't be 7, and it can't be 8 or 9. This is a naked single 6. Of all things in the world. So those are not 6. So that's cool. And so now the 6 in this box is down here. So that's not a 6. So there is a 6 up here. And so one of these is a 3, but I guess that's not exciting. if this were a 7, it couldn't be 3, 4. This could be 2, 5. Right, one of these has to be a 5 now. Because if these aren't, right, that did a lot of things. Because now these can't be 8, because they are the same parity. They're both odd. We can remove the P now, because that 6 did an enormous amount. Okay. So, and remember, they can't be 7, 9, because if they were 7, 9, it would break both thermos. So they definitely include a 5. So they're either 5, 7 or 5, 9. That 5 looks over and knocks 5 out of all of these cells, which tells me there's a 5 on this arrow. Okay, things are really firing off now. So this arrow is either 2, 5, 3, 5, or 4, 5. I suspect, if I think about it, I know that these are 3, 4, 6, 8, right? The only way this works is if this is a 3, 4, 6, 8 as well. So this is actually a 3, 4, 6, 8 quad. This is a 3, 4, 6, 8 quad because I need a high digit on this, which means that this also needs to be a 6, 8 with a 3 or a 4. So there's no 8 over here. An 8 being 5, 3 would break because, well, that doesn't work. So 9 with 4, 5 also breaks. So this is a 7 with 2, 5, actually. None of these are 7. And now, out of nowhere, we know what these digits are. These digits are a 9 and a something. And a 1, actually. So the tip of the thermo, as always, is a 9. There's no 2 here, so those are 1, 3 adding to 4. There's no 9 down here now. This is a 5 and a 7. And so now this is a pair, which consists of a 2 and an 8. Okay, so I don't know whether the 5 or the 7 corresponds to the real Slim Shady, but the rest of it goes 8 and 9. So this is either 8 and 9 or that's 8 and 9 is the moral of the story. Okay. So the real X's have 1, 2, and 8, 9 on them in this column, we have said. And the fake X has a 7 and a 5. So the fake X in here is a 5, 7. Let's see if we can identify any of these that can't possibly be 5, 7. Okay, well, this being a 5, 7 pair would actually... well, it would work with one of them, would not work with the other, would make this one real, would do all lots of stuff. If this were 5, 7, I don't know if anyone cares. If this is 5, 7, I don't know if anyone cares. Got it. Carl, beautiful spot from Carl, and beautiful setting. If this digit's a 5, that is great. Okay, setting-wise, spotting-wise, amazing. If this is a 5, it breaks this palindrome. But now these two palindromes would have to be correct, which would make this a 5, 7 pair. That does not work. So this is not a 5. So that means that one of these two whispers has a 5 on it, and whispers can't have 5s on them, which means that this whispers is correct. We'll draw a green line over it to indicate that we know it's correct. So this is an honest whispers, which now means there's a 5 down here in this column, which is suspicious. In fact, impossible, right? Yeah, the 5 in this column goes with the broken between line, because I can't make a length 4 between line with a 5 on one of the ends. So I've identified that the broken between line has a 5 in the left circle. You know, it's something. Technically, it's something. So... yeah, so that's not a 5. Let's see, if these were all low, that would be all of the lows for the whole column. Right. Beautiful, again, gorgeous setting, and great spot from Liam. Where's the 5 in this box? Well, it's not in the column with a 5, but it also can't be in the circle, because we just established a 5 in a circle of a between line breaks the between line. But the between line with a 5 in the circle on this side's already the broken one, and I can't put a 5 in the circle on the other one, so the others are right. That is... hats off to you, ICHTUES. That's amazing. So... that is a 5, or so there's a 5 in this column. Now we've established this can't be a 5, so that puts a 5 in one of these two cells, which breaks this thingy thing. So that's a broken one of those. This is a correct whisper. What setting? This is amazing. Okay, so that's true. That's true. We know there's a 5 there. Okay, I think I can do something really complicated. Is it possible I can do something really complicated? So if this X is fake, I know the fake X in this column is exactly 5, 7. So if the X is fake, that palindrome is broken, and that palindrome is correct, which would make it a 3 or a 4. I guess that's okay. So these are either all low or all high. So is the problem that if these are all low, then I have to put all highs over here? It doesn't feel like that can be a problem. Right. I should have asked this. Jay phrases this the correct way. I should have asked, is it possible that both of these palindromes are correct? And the answer is no, because if both of these palindromes are correct, I put a 5, 7 here and here, which makes this X fake, which means I put a 5, 7 here, but now I put 3 5, 7s in the same box. So these 5 7s are not both correct. Thank you, Jay. That was well stated. My brain was sort of kept fixating on that, and I could not quite get it. So this really is a 3 4. This is a correct palindrome. Sorry, I'm in wrong mode. I made a random cell blue. Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. So this is really a 3 4. So that 3 4 has to go over here, of course. This 3 4 in this box. Okay, so is that enough to tell me if this is or is not the fake X? I'm looking at what happens with Sudoku. If this palindrome is correct, I put a 5 7 over here, which breaks the X it lands on. Does it SPQ? I was figuring this being a 4 would mean I wouldn't learn anything about this. Oh, I see. I see. Wow, SPQ, that's a great spot and great setting again. Here's the point, I think. This digit's not this digit. And so that's 2 low digits that don't appear on this zigzag at all, because this digit's not that digit. So that's 2 low digits that don't appear here. So therefore, these are not low. And these are all the same, so they're 6, 7, 8, 9. And these are 1, 2, 3, 4. And I can say things like, I actually know neither of these is 4. Because of them, them being where they are on the whisper. So these are from 1, 2, 3. Great spot. Yeah, I was grasping for something like that, and I could just not find it for the life of me. So that's almost all of the high digits for the column, but it's not all of the high digits for the column. Sadly. Okay, let's see. Liam says if this cell is a 1, it's going to put too many 3s in the box. So if this is a 1, it's a 4 and a 3. Right. So the point is, these 4 digits are actually a quad. These 4 digits, so this I'm just paraphrasing Liam's point here. These 4 digits are a quad. No 2 of them can be the same. These 3 are obviously different. These 3 are different than that one, but this one's also different than that one. So these are a quad. And so sorry, my brain broke for a second. So wait, so how does this work? So if this is, okay, and then there's more to it than just that those are a quad, because if these were just a quad, we could say, that's the 1 in the quad. Right. But these 2 don't add to 5. So these 2, we know, don't add to 5. And so the point is, if I made this a 1, these 2 would add to 5. But that's the digit that adds to 5. So this digit, if I think about it, where does it go in the quad? It does not go there. This digit in the quad goes there. So Liam's point here I could phrase as, this digit goes here in the quad, so this isn't a 4. And so as soon as that's not a 4, that's not a 1. And so we get that whole razzmatazz. Okay. Smart point from SPQ. This cell sees the entire tetromino. So this cell sees 1, 2, 3, 4. So this cell can only be, well, it can't be 5, because the 5 we said is over there. So it can be 6, 8, or 9 only, which is the last 6, 7, 8, 9 from the box. And that being the last 6, 7, 8, 9 from the box means that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 2 add to 5, for whatever it's worth. But I don't know where that goes in that mess. Right. Isabella points out, I know that in this quad, one of these is a 1, and so that tells me that that's not a 1. I'm trying to decide if knowing that one of these is a 4 does me any good, but I don't think it does immediately. Sadly, I can put a 1 on a between line if I put it on the fake between line. Oh, good spot from Jenna here. Remember, we said before that in this box, this is 3 odds and 3 evens. So there are 2 odds and 1 even left. So if this x is correct, then it needs to be 1, 9, because it can't be 2, 8. Otherwise, it's incorrect, and we know the incorrect x is 5, 7. So this is either 1, 9 or 5, 7, but that means this digit's definitely even. Because we still need 1 more even for the box. Which means that this x is correct because it's not 5, 7, so this is also 2, 4, 6, 8. Sorry. This x is 2, 8, more specifically. I will go ahead and put a green x over the x to indicate that it is correct. So we've discovered a correct x. And so this is also from 5719. Sadly, that is very plausible with this this business. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out that this says something about this Renbon, but I if it does, I don't see it yet. I mean, I assume this Renbon's going to turn out to be correct, because we're going to be able to prove we can't have these 2 Renbon over here both being correct. Is it true just from first principles that if you have a box covered completely by Renbon and Whispers, and the Whispers is correct, that one of the Renbon has to be fake? Feels like that's something that might be true. So by virtue of this being correct, maybe we have not thought about this enough. By virtue of the fact that this is correct, these 3 are all the same high-lowity. So they're either all high or all low. And so if these are either all high or all low, then Liam is given an example to show that it is possible to make it work. Do I know whether they are all high or all low? I don't think so. I mean, I do know that this digit's quite extreme. It's either 1, 2, or 8, 9. But I don't quite know how to sort that out yet. Let's see. So here's a weird observation. In column 4, I can't put both the 1 and the 9 on a fake between line. So I either have to have a 9 in here or a 1 exactly here. It's not the strongest deduction that I've ever made, but it's not necessarily going to but it might be useful. It sounds like the kind of thing that maybe in some universe might plausibly be useful. I wish I knew which of these was the 3-4. I feel like if I knew which of these was the 3-4, it might help me. So if this was the 3-4, these would be a 6... Oh, sorry, these would be a 5, 6, 8, 9 combo of some sort. So if this white dot is true... Oh no, this white dot could be true and that could be a 7. I was thinking if this white dot was true, it was immediately going to be in this. I feel like I've got to prove that this X can't be the 5-7 using the fact that there's this thing going on with the 5-7s, but I don't see how to do it. I do keep noticing and eyeballing that the true thermo up here has 2 odd numbers on it. And so if I put the 2 odd numbers down here, actually both have 2 odd numbers on them. So in this column, actually, I know the location of 4 of the 5 odd numbers, for whatever that's worth. In this column, I know the location of 3 of the 4 even numbers. Garion believes that they have a deduction on the between lines, which would be cool. Oh, okay. So in this box, there's a 9 on the fake between line because of this 9, which I never noticed. But good spot to Garion. So there's a 9 on a fake between line. And so Garion says that means that the 9 over here has to be in a circle, because the 9 can't be in the same row as the fake between line. And Garion is completely correct. Wherever I put the 9 in this box, it's going to rule 9 off of the fake between line in this box, which then is going to say the 9 has to be in a circle, because 9 can only be in a circle on a between line that's true. Awesome spot, Garion. Awesome setting. Continues to be. So that is a 6 or an 8. And now, if these are high... oh no, they just can't be high, because now that 7, that 6, 8, and that 9 are high. So now these are low. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not 9 or 7, so it is 6 or 8. And it's certainly not 6, because 6 would only go next to 1, and I can't put 3 1s in a box, even in a 2 truths and a lie puzzle. So this is an 8. And so 8 is not next to 4, so there's no 4. So these are 1, 2, 3. That's a 6. Great spot from Garion again, as is so often the case in this channel. I feel that's one of the catchphrases of the channel. So now one of these Renbon is broken, because one of these Renbon has a 9 on it, but no 8. So one of these Renbon is fake. So this Renbon is real. So yeah, one of these has a 9 on it, and the other is from 4, 5, 6, 7. For whatever that's worth. Yeah, and 4, 5, 6, 7 is plenty. Is 5 too far away? 2, 3, 4, 5. That does not work. And 5, 6, 7, 8. That doesn't work. Right. A few people in chat have pointed out this can no longer be a 5. Because 5 is too far away from both 2 and 8. And if that can't be a 5, this can't be a 7. It's the weirdest statement I've ever said about an X, but it's true. Right. Another beautiful spot from Jenna, and another just beautiful step in a puzzle. I know there's a 9 in one of these places, but where is it? The 9 has to be in this column, because the 5 we know is on the fake between line... Wait, no, the 5 isn't on the fake between line, right? The 5 is on the fake between line over here. This 5 is on a real between line. Yeah, it's the 5 over here. It's on the fake between line. So the only way this white dot is real is if this is a 3 and that's a 4. Is there a way I can say something about that that's meaningful? Oh, no problem. It sounded very good in my head. So, I mean, one thing that would happen is if this was a 3 and this was a 4 is I would complete my my 1, 2, 3, 4 quad in the row. Oh, here's a point. Oh, maybe this is not a good point. My observation was this Renbon can't use both 5 and 7. But I don't think that's actually useful, because I don't think it could anyway. Use both 5 and 7. It is true that the 9 in this box, wherever it goes, does line up with the 5. That's true. So there's a 5 and a 9 in one of these rows. And so that 5 and the 9 might look at one of these X's. Seven, good spot. Okay, 7 in box 8 is in column 6, because there's no place pencil marked for a 7 yet. That is a spot from SPQ. But I don't know if the 7 goes with the real or the fake one. Okay, let me check that out. So, Isabella says if this is a 9, it breaks both palindromes. So, if this is a 9, 8, 7, now, this being 9, 8, 7 has had the effect of making this a 1, which has broken this palindrome. But that being a 7 has also made this a 5, which has made this a 7, which means this isn't a 7, and so it does indeed break them both. That's tricky for me to visualize, but it's true. That can't be a 9. So this is only 1 or 7. Is there any hope that it also breaks if it's 1, 2, 3? So I guess this only has a couple options, because this is now only 1, 2, 3. That's one option. Or 7, 8 with a 6, or 7, 8 with a 9. You have missed a lot of great puzzles today, Chameleon. Today has been an absolute treat. Does this being a 9 break? If this is 9, 8, 7, 5? Yes. No. 9, 8, 7, 5. That could be a 5. And then that would be broken, but that's fine. I think this can be a 9, can't it? This is a 9. So if this is a 9, that's a 1. Is that a problem? I sort of run out of odd numbers in the column, if that's true. If this is a 3, I also run out of odd numbers in the column. It's only if this is a 6 that I have any odd numbers left to give in the column. Is the issue that this cell can never be 5 or 7? Because if this is 5 or 7, then that's odd, that's odd, that's odd, and 2 of these are odd. And so I need both of these to be even. Is it a problem for both of these to be even? I don't think so. I mean, this would have to be a 6, 8, 7 in this universe. That would be a 5. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Okay, let me try this again. So if this palindrome is correct, this is a 5 or a 7. Let's look at the column. There are 5 odds between these two cells. So these would have to both be even. That means this cell's a 6, so that's a 7 and an 8. 7 goes with 5, but now this isn't correct. So the point is, this is never, this palindrome is never correct. Oops, sorry, wrong tool. This palindrome is never correct. Sorry, and then I marked it wrong. This palindrome is never correct. So therefore, this palindrome is correct. And if that palindrome is correct, then that can only work if this is a 5 and a 5 with a 7 and an 8 and a 2. And now this needs to go with a 6 or a 9. That's a 7. These are a 1-9 pair. That 7 has made this a 9, which has made this a 6, which has made this a 7 and an 8. I'm not... This is a 9. I'm not, by the way, at all confident that that was the intended way to resolve this. Just that that was a way to resolve this. So that's a 1 and a 9 and an 8 and a 2, as soon as we get all of that sorted out. Hey, Nicholas, how are you? Hope you're doing well. It has been a great day of puzzling, let me tell you. So the 9 is now on this Renbon. So this is the broken Renbon, because the broken Renbon, the 9 goes on the broken Renbon. So this is a correct Renbon. And so if this is a correct Renbon, it comes from 4, 5, 6, 7. These aren't 6 or 7, so these are a 4, 5 pair, which makes this a 6 by sudoku. And so now I know what the other digit that goes on the fake Renbon is, because the other digit that goes on the fake Renbon is now a 7. So the fake Renbon is a 7, 9. In particular, this white dot is always broken, because 7 and 9 are not consecutive with anything, which makes the other white dots in the puzzle correct. So let's mark that as correct and that as correct. This one being correct makes that a 1 and a 9. So that's not the 9. So let's see. So there's a 9 in one of these two cells here exactly. Right. There's a 9 on one of these between lines, and because there's a 9 on one of these between lines, that between line is broken, so this between line is correct. That was a teamwork from a couple people in chat to get Zeta to comprehend, but it means this between line's correct, which in particular means that's not the 5, because the 5 is the end of the fake between line. So that was cool. So let's see. Should I ask what this is? So this white dot now only has a few options. So it can't involve 7, 8, 9, because that would be too many 7, 8, 9s, and there's a 6 already gone. So this is automatically from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one's not a 1, though. That one's not a 2. So this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which gives us of all things, a quintuple in the column of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple. So this is 7, 8, 9. It's not a 9. It can't be an 8 either. It cannot be an 8 for the reason that this between line is real and it doesn't have a 9 in a circle. So it can't have an 8 on it. So it's a 7. Which gives us the 9 and the 7. It was pointed out that I have a 5 pencil marked in this box already, so that's not a 5. That 9 gives me an 8 up here and a 9 over here. So we have all of that. That's not a 7 anymore. But now that there is a 7, I do need an 8 in one of these two circles. I don't know which one, but one of the two circles has to be an 8. Oh, I do know which one, because it's not that one. There's an 8 over there. So this is an 8. Otherwise, the between line doesn't work. Which gives me the 6 and the 3. So now that's a 4 and an 8. Everything is coming up Milhouse now. So now where does the 4 go in all of this? It goes there. So that's a 4, not a 1. That's the 4. That's the 1. So that is a 4 as well. What are the odds that next stream will be Fillomino number 3 from the thing? I mean, knowing the people who vote on puzzles, it's not entirely impossible. If the next stream is number 3, I might do number 1 and 2 first, and then might put off doing number 3 until the stream after that. We'll see. This is a triple. It is 4, 5, 9. That one's not a 9. So this cell now, because it has a 4 or a 5 on the thing, this has to be a 1, 2, 3, or a 4, but it can't be a 4. So this is a 1, 2, 3, which gives me a 1, 2, 3 triple in column 1. And if that's a 1, 2, 3 triple, then these are 5, 9. So the 7 actually is going with the fake between line. And so, because the 7's going with a fake between line, the real between line needs to have a low digit on it. Whatever low digit that happens to be, I don't know yet. This can't be a 3, by the way, because it's next to a 7 on a German Whisper. Let us see. The 4, 5 tells me that's not a 5, which tells me that is a 5. Thank you, Liam. I don't know where I put a 5, but it wasn't where I was supposed to put a 5. Oh, I just didn't put a 5 anywhere. I was in the wrong mode somehow? I don't know. That's a 5. That's the point. This is a 1, 2, or 3 for the row to finish. So what is the thing left in this row that is interesting? There's a 4 left in this row that I have to place somewhere. Sadly, I don't know where. And here there's a 1, 2, 3, and a 6, which I don't know where to put. Okay. So I know what the odd digits in here are. Isabella's directing me here. The 7 and the 3 are the only odd digits I can put here. So there's a 3 and a 7 in here. It's not the 7 over there. So if the 3 and 7 are in here, then the odd digit that's over here is the other one. It's a 5. There's a 5 in the even spots. But if the 3 and the 7 are going here, let me fill out what these digits are. Not 1, 2, 3. They include a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this digit's a naked single 4 is the point. This digit's a naked single 6 in order to finish out the column. And so this is actually 3, 7, 8. And this digit's not a 7 or an 8, so it is a 3. These are a 7 and an 8 in some order. These are a 1, 2, 3 in some order. So these are a 4, 5, 6 in some order. So we have that. This seems not able to be a 3, so it's a 1 or a 2. Oh, but it has to be the 1, because I have to put a 1 in row 9 somewhere. And 1 in row 9 is not going on a correct between line, so it has to go here. So that's a 1 and that's a 1. And that being a 1 gives me a 2 there, which gives me the 3 and the 2 up here, gives me the 1 there. That 1 gives me the 3 and the 1 up here. That tells me there's no 1 there. So there's definitely a 3 up in this piece, as they say. No matter how it works. Let's see. And that did the column 9 stuff. So that's a 3 and a 2 and a 1. And this is, I'm trying to see how I know it's not a 2. It's because there's a 2 in the box, because there's literally all the other digits in the box. So that's a 2 and a 3. Where is 2 in row 9, I'm being asked. 2 in row 9 can only go here now through magic because of that 2. So that's a 5 and a 2, which makes that a 4 and a 5. Means that this is a 3-4 pair. Which means that these digits... right, sorry. The correct digit over here, I know what it is. The correct digit over here has to be a 3. No, it can't be a 3. Has to be a 2. The correct digit over here is a 2. So this is a 2-7 pair. Because I need to have something lower than the correct 3-4. And so the correct digit's a 2, and I know where it goes. The correct digit goes there, the incorrect one goes there. This is my bogus between line. This is my correct between line. So that's an 8 and a 7. These two... Sorry, maybe I shouldn't do that. That's a little dangerous, isn't it? 8 in this box goes here. Right. I know how this works out, right? This has to be the 9, right? Because if it was a 5, this between line would not work, and that between line would not work. So this is the 9, that's the 5. Recalling from earlier how all of this works. So that's not a 5, that's not a 9. Not a 9 in the corner, not a 5 in the corner. That's a 4-5 pair, so that's right. I knew the 9 went on the fake between line. I should just put the 9 on the fake between line, but fortunately Sudoku saved me from my not paying enough attention to what was going on. That's not a 5, it's a 4 or a 6. This digit is known. Hey, Memerister, how are you doing? I saw you completed your mission to interview Fillomino. I assume that the entire time you were just setting up your entire stream to be able to interview Fillomino. Congratulations on that. That's huge. This is a 3. And we get to the betting tree, which is a 6. What did I do wrong? Why did it not stop? Is there a digit I haven't filled in? The question is if there will be any subsequent content, or if you were just shut the YouTube channel down having completed the mission. I really don't think I'm missing any digits. Why does it not think I'm done? What if I click tick? Will it like it? Is there even a tick button? There we go. This doesn't look quite right. I don't know what's up. I swear it looks right to me. I don't get it. Maybe it wants me to color the, but doesn't include solutions doesn't matter. It still usually triggers when you finish filling in the digits 1 through 9 in every row, column, and box. I mean, which of these constraints does it know how to conflict check? Conflict checker's on, so it's not seeing any conflicts. I have no idea. Because the conflict checker's on, and it's not seeing anything. Who knows? Well, yeah, we should probably do it again. Well, I'll go ahead and I'll ring these just to make it happy. Because I assume that that's what it's unhappy about, is that I did not color those. I assume I have auto check on complete turned on. It always does it. Like, it's literally never happened before that I have finished a puzzle and it has not done this. And I've done a fair number of puzzles before. I don't see where the auto check thing is. I don't know if it's in here or not. But yeah. But normally it will just, if you click the tick, it will just tell you whether you successfully placed a 1 through 9 in every row, column, and box, which I hope I have. If I haven't, then who knows? Anyway, it is a mystery to all of us. Alrighty, though, we have time to do a 6x6. So I'm going to go dig up a 6x6 from my Discord. I've seen a few people have posted them, so I'm going to dig up one, and I'll be right back with a 6x6. Okay, so we have a quote-unquote pure doubler classic. So how does this work? So we have normal 6x6 rules and normal doubler rules. So we have to choose in every row, column, and box a cell to double. And the doublers have to consist of exactly the digits 1 through 6 once each. However, this notes that if you just viewed that as the puzzle, it's not unique. The only thing that's unique is where the digits end up. So we'll just place the digits and then we'll figure it out from there. So we're not going to be able to know where the doublers actually are, but we'll know morally speaking enough, I think. We'll see how it works. I'll place a betting tree down here and I'll place a 1 here just recreationally. So let's see. So there's a 1 here recreationally. There's a 1 here recreationally. So let's see. So these are a 4 and a 6. Let's see. This is a 4. That's a 3 and that's a 6. That's a 3 and that's a 5. Let's see, what are these digits? One of them is a 4, and one of them is a 6. I don't know which one is which yet. Oh, I know what this digit is, though, if I look closely. It's a 5. These digits are, well, this one I know is a 2. That one's a 6. So these digits are a 3 and a 2. So that's the 2, that's the 3. These digits are a 5 and a 6. These digits are a 4 and a 6. These digits are a 2, a 4, and a 6. That one's not a 2. So that one is a 2. I should have noticed. This digit's a given 3. This digit is a 5 or a 6. And this digit is a 4, 5, or 6. Okay, so now we have to think about the actual puzzle, which is that we have to think about how the doublers are going to be involved. So I guess I should look at... So how am I supposed to think about this? If the 1 was doubled... Okay, so... So the key thing here is the roping. In this row, I'm doubling a 1, a 3, or a 5, and I'm doubling a 2, a 4, or a 6. In this row, I'm doubling a 1, a 3, or a 5, and in this row, I'm doubling a 2, a 4, or a 6. So up until the first 4 rows of the grid, I'm doubling 1, 3, 5, I'm doubling 2 of them, and I'm doubling 2, 4, 6, I'm doubling 2 of them. So I think that means it would work well maybe if I made this a 5. What if I made this a 6? Would that break for some reason? I don't know. I might have to think about it more deeply than that. Because if this is a 6... if this is a 6, what goes wrong? Because if this is a 6, that's a 6. This is a 4, 5. Because I would have to double a 2, a 4, or a 5. So I might have to do some more coloring or something. Or I might have to look at columns? The doublers just work in that they need to be a set of the digits 1 through 6 that don't see each other. Secretly, the interesting part about doublers isn't the doubling part. The interesting part about doublers is just that it's a set of 9 digits that are, or 6 digits, as the case may be, that don't see each other. Okay, so I think we should look vertically as well. So let's look vertically as well. So let's highlight all of these 2 3s vertically. Okay, so the top 4 rows include 2 doubled 1 3 5s and 2 doubled 2 4 6s. So I am obligated in the bottom rows basically to double 1 even number and 1 odd number. Glum Hippo sees it. Does it have to do with this vertical striping, or am I completely distracting myself by thinking about this vertical striping? I might be distracting myself by thinking about this vertical striping. Chat is split about whether they're using the vertical or not. Well, this is fascinating. I enjoy how Memerister is actually contradicting Memerister about whether there should be vertical coloring or not. Donatello suggests not using diagonal. Probably a good idea. So Eric is encouraging me to just bifurcate, I think. So let's try... So I think this is, we're going to bifurcate, but we're going to understand something. Maybe, possibly. So I think Eric wants us to just try it. So I've picked a 1, then I'll pick a 2. Yeah, all the 1s also get grayed, that's correct. And then I'll pick a 2. So the 2 will be, say, this one. And then I'll pick a 3. We'll gray all of that. And so then this will be yellow, and this will be yellow. And these will need to be... Sorry, that'll be yellow. These will be gray. So... The question is it possible that this digit... Yeah, so... In order for this to work, this digit has to be a 4. So this would be a 4... That would be a 4. I have not gained any insight from this. I feel like I know what the answer to the puzzle is, but I have not gained the insight I am supposed to gain. Well, there is a 4-6 pair, but there's a 4-6 pair 6 steps into bifurcating. So I don't think this was useful. I think we could guess the answer, but I don't think we're going to understand the thing. So, I mean, the most important thing is that the doubler in the bottom rows consists of 1 odd and 1 even. I'm guessing, is what Ambrose wants me to say. Because I know that I've doubled 2 odds and 2 evens in the top 4 rows. Is there a claim that somehow I can't double 5 in the top rows or something? Or was that just the case in the particular bifurcation path I took? Okay. Got it. Okay. That's very cool. So, here's the point. If this is not a 5, then what we do is... So let's just fill in the world where this isn't a 5. So in the world where that's not a 5, this is a 5, this is a 6, and this is a 5, and we've created something where the roping now goes backwards. I need to pick either 2 odds or 2 evens for my bottom. That's very cute. I don't understand how Eric saw this, but I get it. Because if this is not a 5, I'm forced to choose either 2 evens or 2 odds, and I know I can't do that because I know I've already chosen two evens and two odds going up to this point. So this has to be a 5. And so that's a 5, a 6, a 4, a 6, and a 5 in the betting tree. 6, 4, 6, 4. I really like that. That's very cute. But I'm assuming I could put this doublers in here in a scadzillion ways. But that is a very cute idea at the finish that I was not fully appreciating the, if I make this a 6, I repeat the 2, 4, 6, and I can't do that. Very nice. J. Dyer says, fun fact, there are 8 possible doubler configurations. There are no 6x6 completed grids with only one possible doubler arrangement. Interesting. Have you asked a computer for how many 9x9 grids there are, or how many doubler arrangements there are in a 9x9 grid? I am curious. But anyway, that was delightful. I've been curious about this sort of like just doubler geometry, especially since I've been trying to set a 9x9 with 2 sets of doublers that don't overlap. And that has resulted in a lot more constraint than I expected. So that is a very interesting phenomenon. Anyway, thank you for hanging out today. It's been a great stream today. We've done a lot of awesome stuff. I'm looking forward to doing more compass puzzles and other puzzles by Magnus. Thank you, Magnus, for permission to stream your puzzles. I hope you see this later and enjoy it. That ICHTUES 2 Truths and a Lie puzzle was amazing. This Crusader puzzle was amazing. We got this very cool like thermo-ambiguity puzzle. It was just awesome stuff all around. We got this. We got to do this little adventure Philip Newman puzzle as a little interlude between the other scarier stuff. Awesome day all around. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you who support the channel, however you choose to do that. If you're new to the channel, I've seen a lot of new faces today. If you are new, please subscribe. We appreciate it. If you're a regular and you'd like to support the channel, there's a few ways you can do that. So one of them is by clicking the join button down below. That gets you the green name, all the emotes, all the fancy stuff. If you don't want to support YouTube for whatever philosophical reason or whatever, you can also support us on Patreon, patreon.com/zetamath. That works equally well. Sadly, then you can't get the cool YouTube stuff, but you can get the... You still get access to the Patreon exclusive Discord, or the supporter exclusive Discord. You get that through YouTube as well. And you also get access at the windmill level or higher to the list of upcoming possible puzzles where you can vote on what puzzles you would like to see. The voting is very tight right now, so you might be able to sway it. If you want to see me spend a whole stream solving a compass puzzle, by all means, go in there and vote on that now. But anyway, whatever people vote for, I am happy to do it. Thank you all for coming. Thank you especially to those people who contribute at the top level. So just if you're curious, in terms of US dollars, the prices are about $5 for the tier to get the green name and the emotes and all that sort of stuff. About $10 to be able to also vote. This is a per month number. And then those of you who contribute at the $35 and above dollar number, those are our turbines. Those are David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, and Woofer. Thank you so much. Thank you all for hanging out with me. It's been a great way to spend a day. I will see you all soon. But bye for now.